never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Midnight hour is upon us, and we really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Well, thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Sommers on the radio. Got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. How about you, Big Ed? Are you with me? Break one line for that Carolina monkey gouger. Negatory there, hillbilly. You clean clear to Blacktown. Let her roll. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, whether rain or sleet or even snow. And it don't matter if you're in New York or Dallas, you'll catch it all on the Steve Sommers Show. We got that hot shot secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Yeah, we're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive.
Okay, then, my turn. Here we go. What's going on? Welcome in, welcome in. Another edition of the Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. I'm Steve Sommers, and time to get the party started. So how's your week going? Here we go. Midweek coming on. Hump Day, 16th day of March. Yeah, by this time next week, many will already be gathered in Louisville. Spit it out. That's a good way to start things. As we all make preparations for the Mid-America Truck Show, getting together for the first time in about 3 years. And all those big trucks will be rolling in, setting up the booths, getting ready for a big Thursday, Friday, Saturday event. Celebrating 50 years, as a matter of fact. And looking forward to seeing some of our friends that we haven't seen in a long time, and looking forward maybe to meeting some new friends. Getting a lot of emails about folks who have never maybe made it to the big show there. Biggest truck show in the world. The granddaddy of them all, as they refer to it. So yeah, the countdown is on. Hey, what do we have going tonight? It's a soggy night in parts of the southeast. Boy, rain, Tennessee, Alabama, Georgia. And I'm looking at some fairly heavy rainfall. Right up there in the northwest and north central portions of Alabama, on up into south central Tennessee. It's an area that's south of Nashville, east of Memphis primarily, in that zone. And that's where you can clearly see the circulation of this storm system, where you've got the training of heavy rain right there again in that northwest corner of Alabama. I would not be a bit surprised to see some flash flood warnings coming out of that region. Then we've got separately a zone of strong storms in Florida tonight. Yeah, the line of storms has just progressed east of Tampa. From that, you can run right on up, lots of rain between Tampa and right about Jacksonville, Florida. It's all pushing off to the east overnight tonight. We have seen a number of severe thunderstorm warnings and even a few tornado warnings, one of which was just issued literally 2 minutes ago. I'm looking here from the National Weather Service out of Melbourne, Florida. Tornado warning for northwestern Brevard County and east central Orange County there in east central Florida. Radar indicated capable of producing a tornado. Not moving at a very fast clip, though. The storm itself moving northeast at like 15 miles per hour, so it's just kind of crawling along. Weather Service said this particular cell is located over Christmas, Florida, if you're familiar with that zone. So again, radar indicated tornado there. What do we see? We've seen some hail as well. Several of these storms down toward Orange County have been talking about like $50 size hail, big enough to cause vehicle damage and whatnot. The other warning, which is, again, active until about another 35 minutes, till 12:45 a.m. Eastern Time, from the Weather Service in Jacksonville, and that's Marion County. They're in northern Florida. Again, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Weirsdale or over the Villages. We're all familiar with that. That's moving northeast 25 miles per hour. That's the cell I believe they were talking about, maybe $50 size hail in the mix there. So we will keep an eye on things, even in areas where you're not under tornado warnings. We've seen a number of severe thunderstorm warnings as this line progresses to the east. It's a slow-moving weather system that will be unleashing more and more downpours and thunderstorms, stretching pretty much from Louisiana to the Carolinas and obviously Florida. Some of these could be severe. The potential to spawn isolated tornadoes and hail. The first of those tornadoes was Tuesday evening. Meteorologist Reed Timmer confirmed a tornado south of Melbourne, Florida, about 8:20 this past evening. National Weather Service, of course, issued a tornado warning for multiple cities right there in the West Orlando area. Storms that erupted further west from that same system late on Monday and Monday night, as we were talking back into Texas, parts of Louisiana, producing incidents of hail, gusty winds, stopped short of producing widespread damaging winds, but we did see reports of hail ranging in size from about an inch in diameter, like quarter size, to 1 3/4 inches in diameter. That's about the size of a golf ball. Now, there was a tornado suspect as the cause of damage Monday evening in the town of Leonard, Texas, about an hour northeast of Dallas there. So we got the same setup over the southeast region through the day, Wednesday today, and maybe right on through the end of the week. As I said, it's a very slow-moving system. The main threat's going to be these torrential downpours, localized flash flooding. There could be a number of severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado or water spouts over the open waters there, especially on the west side of Florida, with the influx of both Gulf and Atlantic moisture. Lots of moisture to fuel these intensive downpours. And we're talking rainfall rates up to an inch per hour, a general 1 to 2 inches of rain forecast through Wednesday evening. But in those areas where you see some of these downpours persisting for a few hours or repeated storms, some areas could see up to 6 inches of rainfall. Stay alert. Exercise caution when you're out there on the roadways. It's important to avoid driving over flooded roadways. The water, as we know, could be much deeper than it appears. Now, this is going to be poor visibility, travel slowdowns along such as Interstate 4, Interstate 10, I-75, and I-95. Now, since this storm is associated with a pocket of cold air in the middle layer of the atmosphere, these storms could, as we've already seen, produce hail. The cold air aloft allows the hailstone to grow in size at a swift pace. The thunderstorms then drag that cool air down to the surface, making it easier for those hailstones to survive that trip to the ground at significant girth. As we look ahead, Thursday, we'll be following 2 separate areas at risk for heavy, gusty thunderstorms. As this system progresses to the northeast, North Carolina, Virginia, you'll be in the path of potentially damaging thunderstorms again Thursday. Across areas to the north of the thunderstorm zone, we'll be talking some steady rain, maybe drenching St. Patrick's Day activities, the annual parade in New York City. The other zone is going to be pushing southward, continuing over the Florida peninsula Thursday. Same risks from spotty flooding downpours to hail, gusty winds, and cannot rule out an isolated tornado. Even in storms that do not turn severe, a lot of lightning will be a significant threat. You have a way of receiving the storm-related watches and warnings, and at the first sound of thunder, seek shelter, get indoors. If you can hear the thunder, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Just as the storm system that's going to act as a trigger for the thunderstorms begins to shift offshore, a new system is going to approach from the west late this week. A few locally severe storms may erupt as early as Thursday afternoon and evening in portions of northeast Texas, eastern Oklahoma, southern Arkansas, and western Louisiana once again. Then on Friday, a broader area. Severe weather may ignite across a larger area that extends from the southeastern parts of Louisiana and Mississippi into southern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, much of the Florida Panhandle once again. Further north, the same storm has the potential to produce maybe a little bit of accumulating, can we say snow? Yeah, portions of Kansas to Wisconsin and Michigan on Friday. As we look ahead toward next week, a stronger system is going to emerge from the Rockies as that system moves eastward and encounters the moisture surging in from the Gulf of Mexico. Combined with the warm conditions, there is going to be the risk of an outbreak of severe thunderstorms that could include a number of tornadoes in portions of the south central and southeastern USA. The details for that, of course, will be unfolding in the coming days. But this is the time of year, the nature of systems, the clash of the air masses, saying farewell to winter and welcoming spring in because we've got a big-time warm-up. We've been talking about the last couple of days with temperatures surging back into the 70s, well into the northeastern portions of the country. More on that coming up in a bit. All right, for our friends out west, I actually spoke to Heatwave after the show, and he said, "Hey, I heard you talking about a storm coming my way," and he was in some light rain this past morning. But I said the hell with our folks out there in west. Who cares anyway? I was kidding, of course. But here's what you get to look forward to. Santa Claus there in California, heat wave, and all the others running out west. It's kind of an unsettled pattern impacting the Northwest this week, and it's going to continue. Another large storm is going to take aim at the region coming up this weekend, just in time to put a damper on the official start of spring. But the rain persisting across the Northwest throughout this past day, especially along the I-95, the I-5 corridor. We actually saw some localized flooding throughout the evening. Freezing levels are fairly high. We're talking 4,000 to 6,000 feet. So there could be some disruption over the passes, but after a bit of a lull, the bigger event is going to arrive this weekend. That will feature colder air, high winds, rain, and, yes, snow for the higher elevations. Of course, our first day of spring coming up this Sunday. Mother Nature has other plans for the West Coast, though. AccuWeather explains a powerful storm is going to move into the Northwest. Coming up Friday night, the steady rain could even arrive maybe late Friday afternoon in parts of western Washington and Oregon. High temperatures are going to drop in the low and middle 50s on Saturday. The storm will bring a bit of a chilly air mass with it. Snow levels begin to drop below the past levels in the Cascades. Snow levels as we look toward Saturday, between 3,000 and 4,000 feet, and by Saturday night could drop below 2,000 feet in some areas. So with that, snow's going to make travel difficult Saturday and Saturday night in the Cascade Passes. Rain and showers could stretch from central California all the way to the Canadian border on Saturday, with snow in the mountains. Heaviest rain is going to fall from Oregon to central California, some localized flooding, as well as, yes, some snow, maybe in Donner Pass. So we're going to be watching some of the rivers. Washington is yet again forecast the Skokomish River should rise into minor flood stage Saturday. Seattle's another location where the rain may cause some problems. You're currently at 123% of average rainfall so far this year. And by Sunday, that next storm may dive south into the southwest, bringing mountain snow to the Sierra Nevada and rain to the coastal areas. We will be talking rain and gusty winds extending into Southern California, parts of Arizona, Utah, and Colorado. So look at the temperature drop here. High Saturday and sunny in L.A. Going to drop several degrees from Friday. Friday, you're supposed to be close to 80 degrees. By Sunday afternoon, struggling to reach 70. Phoenix, you could have temperatures maybe the lower 70s by Sunday afternoon, just a little below average for this time of year. Should be in the upper 70s, but we're talking a lot of the West is still in extreme drought conditions, particularly in Nevada. 36% of that state is experiencing drought conditions. California, obviously another state that could desperately use some rain, is over 80% of the state is in severe drought right now. You look at these numbers. Fresno has had under a quarter of an inch of precip since the first of the year. I mean, that's like 4% of what would be average. San Francisco is at 7% of their average precip for this time of the year. So we're more concerned with the gusty winds associated with that upcoming storm, especially considering the ongoing drought. As we look at the winds, strong winds in the southwest Sunday, Yeah, we'll be talking about red flag warnings, elevated fire risks. So there you go. Again, for our friends out west, more precip on the way. Meanwhile, our number, 844-844-3388. We'll check in who we got listening in out of the box, YouTube, Facebook, overnightdriveradio.com, tncradio.live, and so much more as we roll into a hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Come and get the latest numbers, prices at the pump. Undoubtedly, we saw another dramatic jump in national average prices of diesel over the past week. After that astronomical 70 cent per gallon rise the prior week, we saw another 40 cent rise in the price per gallon over the past week. Again, we'll break more on that coming up here. Haley, but jump over. Hello to Zorro on a Wednesday letter roll, he says. Happy D on board. Hello, Steve and the Overnight Drive crew. Stay safe. Keep on trucking. Todd with us. Philly Dan on board. Good morning, drivers from Philadelphia. Everybody stay safe. God bless the Rambler. There's Larry. Afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. Hello to Joe. Morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters. Got a nice 52 degrees here in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Kind of counting down the days to the Mid-America Truck Show. Everybody stay safe. Have a good night. What are we looking at? 51 outside the Hot Shot Secret Bunker. All right, about the same as you've got there in Winchester, Virginia tonight. Captain Ron on board. Yeah, we're getting some bad storms pouring down in Ocala, Florida tonight, where it is 63 degrees. Yeah, a lot of rain there. Use caution, Captain Ron. Hello to the Jimmy Jammer. Daniel's on board. Hello to Pappy. Great news, Steve, and fellow listeners. Mercedes Trake is out. And she actually walked up and down some stairs this past day. That's great. Good news. All right. Michigan Madman checks in. Beautiful night here in Michigan. Everybody be safe. Hello to Brian, my favorite part of the day. Steve is on board from Lamar's, Iowa, 45 degrees. Hello to Low Gap. Hump Day. Bidu checks in. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Deborah, morning, Steve, and all the drivers out there. It's a nice morning here in Indiana. Looking forward to meeting you all a little over a week from now in Louisville. So stay safe out there, especially my driver. So I'm going to finally get to meet your driver, Deborah, right? Good. Looking forward to seeing you there. All right, hello to the legendary Big Moose. Good night. All have a fine ride. Keep it betwixt the spotted and the solid. Old Moose is 1042. Hello to Dave from Anderson, 47 degrees clear here, Anderson, Indiana. Let's go, Brendan. Justin says, top of the morning, headed toward Dayton. Let's roll. Gilligan on board. Hello, Steve, fellow listeners. Got 50 degrees clear in Christiansburg, Virginia tonight. Beautiful night to run I-81. Keep it shiny side up. Greetings to all from the hired gun from a soggy Northwest Georgia. Everybody stay warm, dry, and safe. Remember, painted side always stays on top. FJB. Norman's headed south tonight with a load of scrap. There you go. Eskimo Mom on board. Howdy from Columbus, the Columbus area. I got a 2-stop pedal from my first load tonight, but I'm loving the warmer weather. Allergies aren't much liking it, but 52 degrees with mostly clear skies here. Copy the mail, Chevy guy. Let's see. Spartacus is hooked up and dragging the wagons from Topeka to Goodland and back. We've got clear 46 degrees. Good night for trucking and listening to the overnight drive. Thank you for being here. Let me see. Low Gap says, Biden just released a statement. He said, without a doubt, that he, when he was younger, flipped Cheerios sideways when the treadmill used paint of color every Tuesday because tuition was maple syrup from a racist bottle. Sounds about right. Makes as much sense as anything else he says, right? Hello to Timothy. Morning for a bit. Got the electric guy coming over to finish the job. All right, so some late night work for the electric guy. Circle City, mile high, still floating here in Palm Beach County. Liquid sunshine all day this past day. And again this afternoon, liquid sunshine. Hello to Wally. Buckeye Boy checks in from Santa Fe, New Mexico. 48 degrees. Had a nice day here today. Doing my delivery tomorrow, 6 p.m. Local, then I'll hang out till Sunday to pick back up and head back toward Georgia. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. There's Terry, Iowa Falls, Iowa, 38 degrees, as I'm headed to Vancouver, British Columbia for Monday. Everybody be safe. There's Santa Claus on board, 62 degrees here in the Vegas of California, Central Valley, a.k.a. Bakersfield. I'm headed to the Arizona desert. And be safe. Santa Claus out. How about those prices at the pump? National average for a gallon of diesel is more than $5 now, according to this week's Energy Information Report. The report showing a national average of $5.25 per gallon, which is up from $4.84 a week ago. That national average is now $2.05 higher than it was 1 year ago. Region-wise, California with the largest increase, over 50 cents. They also have the highest price in the nation. California averaging $6.26 per gallon. The Rocky Mountain, West Coast, New England, Gulf Coast, and West Coast minus California all reporting more than 40 cent per gallon increases for the average prices. With an average price, get a load of this, $4.96 per gallon. The Rocky Mountain region is the only region averaging below $5, but it's mighty close there. Wow. So $5.25, the national average for diesel right now. Now, the big run-up in oil prices, the price per barrel, we took a dip on Monday. Prices dropped a bit further on Tuesday. Some of the factors contributing to the drop, talks between Russia and Ukraine, a potential slowdown in Chinese demand for oil, and trade activity preceding a widely anticipated rate hike by the Federal Reserve today, Wednesday. All right, CNBC was reporting West Texas Intermediate crude, which is the U.S. benchmark, and the global benchmark, Brent crude, actually fell below $100 per barrel. So that's a $30 per barrel dip from what we had seen about this time a week ago. Now, the numbers at this moment, Brent crude is at $100.80, West Texas Intermediate, $96.98. But there may be news in the offing that could further push prices down. The news we want to hear. And we'll explain that to you coming up here. Potentially a big jump in oil production in Iraq. Something akin to like 1 million barrels per day, I believe, was the number. I'll break it down coming up here. First of all, we get a news break, after which we'll get to your calls as well at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Plane ticket prices are taking off.
Some airlines are increasing their ticket prices as the cost of fuel continues to go up. Delta is raising tickets roughly 10%, with United and Southwest also joining in. The increase in ticket prices comes the same day both American and Southwest announced flight schedules were being cut into the spring due to fuel prices and staffing issues. Delta recorded their highest ticket sales of all time last week, with United and American also saying flight demand was increased. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden will travel to Europe next week for face-to-face talks with European leaders about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden will meet with those leaders in Brussels on March 24th. This is USA Radio News.
While the economy is uncertain, possibilities to save money remain. Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. Even in these trying times, a cash-out refinance could be the light to your path. Home values are rising and interest rates are following. So don't hesitate to make a move to do a cash-out refinance now.
Let us check some numbers and see if you could save or if it might make sense to hold tight. It starts with a phone call at 800-535-2779. That's 800-535-2779 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We guarantee a thorough check of the numbers, the market, and your obligations to determine the best path. Give us a call at 800-535-2779, 800-535-2779.
Or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com. For more than 20 years, we've helped families save, just like we'll help you too. Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive an 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles per gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Yeah, I'm looking at the breakdown from oilprice.com, which reads, given the historically elevated oil and gas prices, for a combination of reasons, but they primarily Russia's invasion of Ukraine and a lack of any sort of a meaningful shift in OPEC's production policy to reverse the trend, news that Iraq's supergiant West Kurna 2 oil field is now fully back online should be welcomed news by countries whose economies are already being damaged by these prices. Now, despite the Russian oil giant Lukoil being the prime operator of the 400,000 plus barrels per day oil field, the Russian company has no reason to expect from Iraq any problems over its operations. In fact, the field may well see a quick increase in production to well over 600,000 barrels per day in the first instance, and beyond that, 1 million barrels per day further out. Now, this field located about 65 kilometers northwest of the southern port of Bostrom, with roughly 14 billion barrels of reserves in place. This field has long been able to produce a lot more than 400,000 barrels per day. As exclusively revealed by oilprice.com way back in 2019. But the increases have been stymied by tactical posturing on the one side by Lukoil, which holds a 75% stake in the field, and the rest being held by Iraq's state-run North Oil Company. And on the other side, you've got the Iraqi government in Baghdad. The key events that shaped all the shenanigans on both sides occurred in and around August of 2017. Now, they go through to explain all that, but according to a senior oil and gas industry figure close to Iraq's oil ministry, spoke exclusively to oilprice.com. Things apparently are being worked out. More problems from the Russians' perspective began almost as soon as they made a new agreement. It's all about repayments of money owed by the oil ministry. But again, it's a very lengthy breakdown, but changes in the stance of both sides may now mean the original deal to boost production to at least 1.13 million barrels per day will finally go ahead. Now, on the one hand, Iraq has seen a number of Western oil companies exit the country's oil sector, and they need to keep the revenues from that business rolling in from whoever wants to continue to develop their oil fields. But on the Russian side, of course, Iraq is not just a long-standing strategic hub for their operations in the Middle East, as we also analyzed, but now as well, Moscow needs all of that revenue, all the revenue it can get, and banking its Iraq oil receipts through China, if the need arises, will not be a problem. We'll see if that all comes to fruition. I know these kind of things, it's not like overnight you can ramp up production to those big numbers, but that would be some good news. I think welcome as far as the markets are concerned to see more oil coming online for the global supply chain, right? All right, here we are on I don't know, what is it? I'm trying to think here. Go ahead. Go ahead,
Your Honor.
That was your cue, Horse Feathers.
Hey, what day is it?
Thank you, Mike.
Hey, Mike. What day is it? What day is it?
Boy,
yeah.
Obviously, no radio experience for you. I mean, I just let it right into you. What's going on?
Yeah. No. Clear skies, not a whole lot. Anyways, hey, we've been talking baseball a little bit in that here and there, and did you hear that, of course, the northern people there, they don't usually have opening day when the southern people do. All the northern teams usually stay south for the beginning opening days, so like New York City and Boston and the northern teams there, they don't normally play on the very first opening day, but they get their own opening day there a few days, after the first series is, usually the second series comes up to them.
Right.
That's about the way it goes.
Correct.
So did you hear that the Yankees and the Mets might not be able to have their opening days in New York City?
No. Why is that?
Well, apparently there's something about this vaccination rule that in order to work in New York City, you have to be vaccinated.
Oh.
And I'm not sure if all the players, if they will play the game there, or if all the players that are on the team won't be able to play the game there, because apparently not all the people in Major League Baseball are vaccinated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I don't know if you can check into that, get some further details, but that was a part of a story I heard, and I don't know all the fine details of it, of who can play and can't play, and if visiting team members can play if they're not vaccinated, if they can play in New York City. But yeah, they have that vaccination rule going on there. So anyways, I don't know what else we got going for you. I think that's about it there, other than that storm you were talking about down there in the Southland, supposed to be up here for daybreak tomorrow morning there. It's supposed to come in sometime through the overnight and they said the morning rush hour is going to be pretty soggy there, so everybody'd want their galoshes on and everything. But anyways, now other than that, everything's kind of quiet on a Wednesday morning, a hump day morning there, Your Honor.
Right.
That's what day it is. Hey, we finally figured it out. There you go. So, but no, other than that, I guess we'll kick back here and listen to see what other people are calling in, and maybe start getting a head count, figure out who's going to be at the big show there, and you got to come up with your extended weather forecast so we know which suitcase to bring. Do we bring the winter suitcase? Do we bring the fall suitcase? Do we bring the summer suitcase there with the Bahama shorts and the Bermuda shirts and the flip flops, or what are we supposed to be packing there to bring with us? So,
I'd say suffice it to say bring you a jacket for the early morning hours. And right now, last check it was 60s for highs in the forecast. It's getting close enough. I'll have to. It's been a few days since I've checked that, but I'll dig up the latest for you. What the prognosticators have to say. Fair enough. Thank you very much. I guess we're done. All right, what he's talking about here, I see Yankees officials, the baseball team, Yankees officials believe New York City will reverse their decision to not allow players who are unvaccinated to play games at their home stadiums before opening day. According to a source with knowledge of the situation, the person spoke on the condition of anonymity, not authorized to speak publicly on the matter. But they did go on to say there are apparently 2 Yankees players that are still unvaccinated. They have not confirmed the identities of those players, though. Randy Levin says on behalf of the Yankees team president is Randy working with City Hall and other officials on the matter. We will have no further comment, according to a team spokesman yesterday afternoon. But New York Daily News reported that there are, a City Hall spokesman said, unvaccinated players on the Yankees and Mets were covered by the same private sector mandate that's keeping Kyrie Irving off the court in Brooklyn. See, March the 7th, the mayor ended the key to New York City vaccine mandate that applied to indoor places like restaurants, but a private employer mandate that the Biden administration enacted back in December does cover professional athletes. Canada also not allowing unvaccinated professional athletes to play there. The Yankees are scheduled to play 9 games against the Blue Jays in Toronto. Now, we have to worry about the health of almost 9 million people. No one's trying to hurt Kyrie Irving or a Yankees player, according to the City Hall spokesperson. Yankees right fielder Aaron Judge sidestepped the question when he was asked whether he has been vaccinated. He simply said, I'm focused on getting through the first game of spring training. I think we'll cross that bridge whenever the time comes. But right now, so many things could change. I'm not really too worried about it right now. Now, several Mets players are speculated to be unvaccinated. According to ESPN, Major League Baseball has known about the city's stance on the private sector vaccine for a couple of days and have been working with Adams' office. Looks like, I said, Major League Baseball and the Players Union working on getting a clarification on the previous differentiation between outdoor and indoor games. Okay. All this time later, still talking about unvaccinated baseball players, for crying out loud. All right, a quick 2-minute timeout here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, we were talking about the rumors. Not only baseball rumors, but the radio rumors last. It turns out the rumor was true. Because they made the official announcement. Kevin Rutherford can now be heard each weekday live at 11 a.m. Eastern on tncradio.live. So now on one streaming station, you can hear Kevin, Marcia Campbell, Ice Road Alex Debogorski, Shelley Johnson, and of course, yours truly, Steve Sommers with the Overnight Drive. It's free. It's 24/7. tncradio.live. There you go. Otherwise, industry headlines. Starting here with 10 sent to the hospital after a 7-vehicle pileup involving 2 semis in North Carolina this past morning. Robeson County, North Carolina. According to the ABC affiliate, traffic was at a standstill on I-95. About the 7-mile marker, when a tractor-trailer sideswiped another semi-truck and 2 4-wheelers before colliding with a box truck. Force of that collision flipped the box truck and sent the tractor-trailer veering off the road where it caught fire. The truck driver was trapped inside the rig and had to be cut free by first responders, where he was then airlifted to a nearby hospital, so that's never a good thing when you have to be airlifted. According to the trooper, we're thinking impairment was involved. That was a factor, and not paying attention, but ultimately 10 transported to the hospital. Conditions have not been released. Cleanup of the wreck reduced I-95 to 1 lane for quite some time, of course, back up and running now. Then you've got a couple of truck drivers that ran into trouble and temporarily blocked both lanes of a bridge. I believe Oregon on Monday. The Port of Hood River reported the incident about 1 o'clock in the afternoon Monday. 2 trucks wrecked on the bridge, blocking traffic in both lanes. Now, according to the Port of Hood River, the Hood River Bridge was built in 1924, then rebuilt in 1938. It's a very narrow bridge, narrow lanes measuring 9 feet 4 inches, connecting Hood River, Oregon, and white salmon, and Bingen in Washington state. They tell us wide loads are not permitted without making special arrangements with authorities. You must have pilot vehicles. Flaggers are required. I think essentially you need to stop traffic on one side as the wide load progresses from the other direction. You know, the wreck was a wide load and another tractor trailer. They just didn't fit. All right, more industry headlines to come as we roll on. Hello to Knucklebuster. What's going on?
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. Sound like he was playing Roadhog, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely there. Well, I paid $5 and...
Hello, $5 and...
Florida.
There you go. You broke up for a minute. You paid how much? $5 and what? How much was it?
$5.61 a gallon.
Wow.
And then I paid $5.56 a gallon tonight there in Jackson, Georgia. Cheaper. It definitely ain't getting no cheaper. Hey, I like them mid-90s to 100-degree days there. You know, them senoritas get scantily clad there when it gets that warm there. And I just went through Dalton, Georgia. You know any good-looking baby dolls there that like to trash around? Don't answer that question. Don't answer that question. You'll keep both of us out of trouble.
You know it. You know our Georgia peach is there in Dalton, so that's all I'll say.
Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Well, that's good. So I didn't know where she was at. I figured she was up at the house with you. So anyway, I don't know. It's getting crazy out here. And it was a bad wreck down there in Florida on 75 there. Well, the wreck was in the left-hand lane, and then as soon as you got past the wreck, the right-hand lane was closed for road construction. So it was really a mess down there. So, but anyway, I'm back up here in Tennessee. I'm gonna eat on up here and get this thing delivered tomorrow, and then go see my Tennessee, and then I'm gonna take her to see Keeper Sutherland in Franklin, Tennessee, Friday night, weather permits.
Okay.
So, he's an actor. He's Donald Sutherland's son.
Right.
He done the rodeo for a while. Yeah, he actually rodeoed. Had a horse named Reckless. I guess when you're rich, you can do things like that, right?
So what's he doing now? What is he doing? Like what, a stand-up comedy, or what are you going to see him do?
Oh no, sing. He put out. He's got about 3 or 4 albums out right now. He's a real good singer. Same way with that guy on Yellowstone there, Kevin Costner. He's a good singer. He's got his own little band, Kevin Costner Modern West. When he ain't acting, he's singing, right? So
I had no idea Kiefer Sutherland was a singer as well. I mean, yeah, I remember him, the actor for all those years, and yeah, what was that? The film way back, one of his first films, scary movie, but yeah, a lot of movie. I enjoy that. Have a good time with Tennessee. Meanwhile, it's 844-3388. I kind of wonder if Ukraine's president comes out and makes this statement now, hoping that maybe it would cause Russia to maybe back off a bit. As the negotiations had stalled on Monday, they were holding discussions again on Tuesday. Coming up 9 o'clock Eastern time this morning, I'm assuming all the mainstream media outlets, I'm guessing they'll be allowed to carry it, or it may I don't know if it's going to be a private thing or not, but Zelensky will be addressing the whole of Congress virtually coming up 9 a.m. this morning. And supposedly after Zelensky speaks, President Biden is going to speak. Oh, we'll get the latest. But what Zelensky said this past day is Ukraine has to accept it will not become a member of the NATO military alliance. That was a big, supposed Russian concern that was part of the justification for the invasion. Zelensky says, quote, Ukraine is not a member of NATO. We understand that. We've heard for years that the doors were open, but we also heard that we could not join. It is a truth, and it must be recognized. Well, he was on a video conference yesterday with the UK-led Joint Expeditionary Force. He also urged Western allies, and I'm sure he's going to do that again this morning, to provide Ukraine with fighter planes. At the same time, he again called on NATO, which has been providing them with some weapons and ammunition, to establish a no-fly zone. Of course, the U.S. and NATO officials have said that sort of an agreement isn't feasible. It would escalate the conflict, lead to actually U.S.-Russia war, or possible UK-Russia war. But again, the peace talks restarted this past day after the pause on Monday. Kremlin spokesperson tells news outlets that it's too early to predict the outcome. The work is difficult, and the current situation, the very fact that these talks are continuing is probably positive, but again, it's too early to say what the outcome of these talks will be. Meanwhile, Zelensky has ramped up his criticism of the U.S.-led military alliance for not enforcing a no-fly zone, which would likely require the U.S. and European warplanes to shoot down Russian planes. I mean, I understand the whole premise. We don't want our planes. You shoot down that one U.S. plane shooting down a Russian plane is essentially officially World War III, right? But why? Why could we not, at the same time of just as they've asked weeks ago, provided some of those planes for the pilots in the UK to fly? A question that even Rand Paul this past day said, how and why did those discussions, why were they even discussed publicly? Those are the kind of things, what you're going to do militarily. You don't tell the enemy what you're going to do. Why did they come right out and say, we're talking about giving Ukraine via Poland, and we'll give Poland the planes back, but we're going to give Ukraine fighter jets. You don't tip your hand to your enemy. But for whatever reason, this administration is pretty consistently tipping their hand on damn near everything. But I digress. News update, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Japan and the U.S. are teaming up for military training exercises. John Hunt reports.
Japanese and U.S. Marines had their first airborne landing and combat training together as the two allies strengthen military cooperation amid growing maritime activity by China and Russia in the regional seas. Japan has been expanding its defense budget and capability for about a decade and is now revising its key national security strategy in the face of threats from China, North Korea, and Russia.
Pfizer and its partner BioNTech asked U.S. regulators to authorize an additional booster dose of their COVID-19 vaccine for seniors. That would add a fourth shot to the regimen for adults over the age of 65. If the request is approved, a key question would be how soon seniors would be advised to roll up their sleeves, given case counts in the U.S. are dropping. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship, because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have
There's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
U.S. Senator Rand Paul wondered out loud on Tuesday about the plan to transfer fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine and why it was discussed publicly. Senator Paul told Newsmax it's a major blunder by the Biden administration.
I think the big mistake here was if you're going to help someone by arming them or giving them weapons, announcing it and debating it in public is probably not the best way to do. The simpler, more strategic, better plan would have been to clandestinely have Poland should have just shipped the planes across.
In related news, Ukraine says it sees possible room for compromise in talks with Russia. This in light of Moscow's bombardment of Kyiv. An estimated 20,000 civilians have fled the desperately encircled city of Mariupol by way of a humanitarian corridor. The exodus marks the biggest evacuation yet of the bombarded seaport, where the dead have had to be buried in mass graves. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The U.S. Senate has voted to nix a requirement to wear masks on public transportation as the country rolls back coronavirus rules and restrictions. Senators voted 57-40 on the resolution, which would reduce the CDC's requirements that most people wear masks on public transportation, like trains, airplanes, and buses. The resolution is likely to hit a wall in the House. The Iditarod has a new top dog. Lance Pry reports.
Musher Brent Sass won the 50th annual and very difficult Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race across 1,000 miles of Alaska. On Tuesday, his team of 11 dogs dashed off the Bering Sea ice through a crowd of fans in downtown Nome, Alaska. This year's event began with 49 mushers. 5 dropped out along the trail, and Mr. Sass takes home $50,000.
No charges will be filed against the Chicago police officers who chased and fatally shot 13-year-old Adam Toledo and 22-year-old Anthony Alvarez during foot pursuits within days of each other last year. Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox said there was insufficient evidence to charge the officers in the deaths, who were captured on video that showed both suspects appeared to have guns prior to the shootings. Fox had been critical of the officers in the shooting death of Alvarez, saying they created the situation that put them in danger. And second gentleman Douglas Emhoff has tested positive for COVID-19. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Hey, are you enjoying that warm-up there in the Northeast? There's more to come. As you're making a flip back to warmer weather, forecasters tell us this is actually going to be one of the most consistent stretches of temperatures for cities like Philadelphia, since back last fall. Forecast to be in the 60s much of this week and on into next week as well. Friday looks like forecasters say you'll be in the low 70s, as a matter of fact. Spring is in the air. All right, it's going to be relatively dry, so that's good news. Folks that want to get outdoors, take a jog in the park, and things of that nature. Now, there's another system that could spread rain from the southeast into the mid-Atlantic coming up later this afternoon into Wednesday night. Ahead of that storm, though, temperatures are going to be 30, even 40 degrees higher than what you saw over the past weekend. Very chilly weekend. So the clouds, rain, likely to interrupt the warm pattern for a day or so, where, of course, you have the clouds and it rains all day. Probably keep temperatures in the 50s. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia could all pick up some soaking rain by Thursday as that storm in the southern states moves northward. All right, people planning to attend the St. Patrick's Day parade probably plan on bringing the umbrella and your rain gear. Looks like Friday will be the peak day of the warmth in the Northeast. Upper 60s all the way into Boston, 70 in New York City, mid-70s in the nation's capital. A good 20 degrees above average for those regions. Now, along with the temperature increase, the next big storm is going to approach from the west. Now, we're looking ahead possibly Friday into Friday night from the Ohio Valley into the Northeast. Rain and thunderstorms. During the day, rain and thunderstorms from Detroit down to the Tennessee Valley. Rain all pushing further into the Northeast by Friday night. Okay, so look at the Northeast, but the taste of spring is in the air. All right, hello to the cool ride this morning. Morning, Steve and the gang. On my weekly trip from K-Town to Cadillac. 1.5 hours to unload, then turn and burn back home. Washington, Kansas trip next week. All right, Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Have a safe one out there. Hello to Dave. All right, Dave, you're crazy. Morning. He says FJB, FKH, FNP, FCS. You just going across the line. Screw them all. By the way, that's Kamala Harris, Nancy Pelosi, Chuck Schumer, all the liberals out there. Now, a hired gun. He says Biden wants Ukraine and its biggest people gone. He's protecting Hunter from more dirt coming out on him and the whole Biden family, as a matter of fact. As we all know, dead men tell no tales. You know, why else would Biden purposely sabotage every idea that comes up that might help Ukraine? In case you missed it, last week when they were discussing the MiG fighters and whatnot, going from Poland to the U.S. base and then transferring them into Ukraine without U.S. fighters, pilots rather, but Ukrainian pilots. They said, we don't need your boots, we don't need your pilots, we just need your planes, we need your weapons. The report said Joe Biden personally killed the deal, despite bipartisan support. The White House, of course, like last Wednesday, officially made the decision to kill the idea during a press briefing, saying it would not support the U.S. or Poland transferring jets to Ukraine at this time. Now, that plan had previously received bipartisan support in Congress before being tabled. Senate Foreign Relations Chair Bob Menendez sent a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken and Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, calling on the U.S. to replace any aircraft donated by Poland or other NATO countries to Ukraine. Menendez said, it's vital to the security of Europe and the United States that Ukrainians have every possible means of assistance that we can provide. I will support efforts in the Senate to implement measures to compensate any of our allies that provide said aircraft for Ukraine's defense. But again, the headline said Biden killed the deal. I mentioned Rand Paul kind of wondering aloud this past day why those plans to transfer fighter jets to Ukraine, why was this even discussed publicly? This is a major blunder by the Biden administration. I mean, the Pentagon last week said they're not going to take possession of the Soviet-built MiG-29s to be an intermediary between the two Eastern European nations. Just several days after they essentially endorsed the deal. I mean, they publicly said they're considering replacing the planes with U.S.-made F-16s. He said, listen, it's a big mistake here. If you're going to help somebody by arming them or giving them weapons, actually announcing and debating it publicly, not the best way to do it, common sense. They could have easily delivered those weapons before anyone even mentioned it. They could have never said a word about it. They could have even denied they did it. But they could have been shipped over on trucks before there was this big discussion. I don't know who initiated this discussion, whether it was Poland or us. I think it was Poland, he said. But it sounds like they wanted not to take responsibility for actually giving the MiGs. Developments. What's the latest? Let's get back to the calls here. Fort Rucker is the name I see on the screen. Used to call the program. Is that your handle, Fort Rucker? Hello, hello. Maybe it's not Fort Rucker. Did you hear the beep?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm a long-term listener to your show, Steve. And I was trying to think, there was a gentleman years ago used to call, he's a trucker out of the Carolinas, Jimmy. Had a bad arm, only wore a cowboy hat with a regular collar.
Oh, yeah.
What was his full name?
Jimmy Artis, but the Carolina Monkey Gouger, who's actually out there listening, he just chimed in. He's on Facebook. Three-time champion meat hauler.
Yeah, the Monkey Gouger.
Yes.
I just could not think of that, and I appreciate you because I was racking my brain. I don't have much of that left.
Yeah, Monkey Gouger still chimes in fairly regularly. Maybe he'll give us a ring since hey, the bat signal was just put out for you, Monkey Gouger.
The bat signal's out.
So what's going on in your world? Yeah, you were just calling to get, okay. Well, good to hear from you. Don't be a stranger.
I just wanted that because, like I said, I've been thinking of it. He was very informative, very knowledgeable, and that seemed like a very good guy.
Absolutely. Yeah, we're all looking forward to seeing the Monkey Gouger there in Louisville next week. Mid-America Truck Show. Yes, indeed. He'll be here, there, and everywhere. All right, our number, 844-844-3388. Changing gears, totally separate story. The bird flu is back. Yeah, someone brought this up a couple of weeks ago. I didn't realize that it was spreading to a number of states. They tell us now about 4 million commercially raised U.S. chickens and turkeys have been culled since last month. Outbreaks of the lethal bird flu, according to the Department of Agriculture. Of course, if you discover the bird flu, essentially that entire flock has to be culled to prevent it from spreading. Then you've got importing countries, including Mexico, China, Korea, that have also imposed state-specific import restrictions in response. It's the biggest outbreak since 2015, when nearly 50 million birds, most of it was turkeys. I remember that year. Remember the year turkey prices were through the roof? And a number of egg-laying chickens in the U.S. Midwest were culled. Now, this at a time when food prices are skyrocketing due to labor shortages, supply chain problems, Russia, Ukraine, a key wheat and corn exporter, widespread outbreaks of bird flu. may reduce demand for crops used for feed. They've got the breakdown here in the United States. Iowa, the USDA said a few days ago, a flock of 915,000 plus egg-laying chickens in Iowa, which is the top egg-producing state in the country, was infected with the highly pathogenic flu. A flock of nearly 50,000 turkeys were also culled after the disease was detected there. Iowa's was the center of the biggest ever outbreak of avian flu in 2015. Over in Maryland, a flock of 150,000 broiler chickens, which are raised for meat, and a flock of 496,000 egg-laying chickens have been culled after they detected the flu in that flock. South Dakota, 47,000 birds of mixed species. In Missouri, they've confirmed outbreaks in 2 turkey flocks and 1 broiler chicken flock in Missouri. Total of over 126,000 birds there. Delaware, a bird flu hit a commercial poultry farm with 1.1 million birds, significantly expanding the number of birds impacted in the U.S. Another farm with 265,000 pullets or young chickens infected here earlier this month. Then you've got Kentucky and Indiana. Kentucky, a flock of 231,000 chickens owned by Tyson Foods tested positive. Testing also confirmed the highly lethal bird flu in a 53,000 bird commercial turkey flock. Indiana has had outbreaks on 6 turkey farms in that state. Over 171,000 turkeys affected there. Bird flu is back. It's about 19 past the hour. In our number, 844-844-3388. Plenty of room for you back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
My mother was always very active and independent, and she was familiar with her neighborhood. But one day, she stopped at the stop sign for much longer than usual. She wasn't even really sure where she was at.
It's important for you to talk to someone about it. I felt so much better after my son told me, Mom, we'll figure it out.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, great to have you with us here on a Wednesday. Mike, there you go. Coming up 5 o'clock Eastern Time later this morning when we wrap things up via tncradio.live. Catch the encore presentation. First of all, taillights with Ice Road Trucker Alex Debogorski. Then it's Shelley Johnson with Women Road Warriors. Talking this morning, women have constantly fluctuating hormone cycles. Yeah, guys, we know that, huh? It's a delicate balance that has to be carefully and naturally managed. Stress, environment, temperature, light, and food, life events can all throw your hormonal balance off. Women Road Warriors talked to Dr. Casey Grigel, who's a naturopathic doctor who treats patients for thyroid, adrenal, and reproductive hormone support. Take control of your hormones, ladies. Stay tuned for Women Road Warriors, 6 a.m. Eastern Time later this morning. TNC Radio.live. Yes, flip back up here. Eagle is on board. What's going on, Eagle? Hello, Eagle. Oh, wait a minute. It didn't pick him up. I apologize. Come on, computers. Take two. There you go. Eagle, are you with us?
Hello?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah, I'm ready now. Yeah, you said take two.
Yeah, I said take two. Well, the computer didn't pick you up the first time I tried. It was, so my apologies.
Oh, okay, yeah. I was trying to grab the telephone. Yeah, talk about some things tonight, Steve. First of all, situation with the fuel prices. I'm in Alabama right now, brother. And fuel here in Alabama, diesel fuel is $5.50 at the truck stop I'm at tonight. That's how much money they paying in Montgomery, Alabama. That's where I'm at. So anybody that's rolling to Alabama, you better get you some money out of that. It's a damn shame, Steve. You almost never thought the day you'd have to before you go to put fuel in your car or truck, you'd have to go to the bank to get withdrawal money. That's how expensive gas is now. You got to go to the bank to get more money.
You take a personal loan, right?
$20 ain't gonna. Yeah, you need to get it financed. Yeah, personal loan or something just to pay your gas bill. It's ridiculous. $20 used to go a long ways. You know something, Steve? Remember I told you last night that Joe Biden was trying to blame Russia for the high gas. He's doing it once again. He did it again today like a little kid. Instead of taking the blame, this man here refuses to take responsibility for what he has done. The price of you've been talking about this for weeks now, Steve. The price of fuel has been going up ever since Joe Biden been in the White House. It's not just in the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks when this war in Ukraine started. Joe Biden is lying to the American people. And anybody who believes that garbage, that it's Vladimir Putin's fault, you better start doing some research and find out for yourself, my man, because Joe Biden is the reason why the price is sky high, Steve. You know that. And, all these idiots, I heard that some of these states are talking about giving a fuel tax relief. That's not going to save you no money, Steve. 15 or 16 or 18 cents. That's not going to, when you paying $5 or $4.50 a gallon of gas, you're still paying $4 if you take off the 15 and 20 cents. Some of these so-called states are giving you relief. That's not helping. It's better than nothing, but it's not making no big difference. 18 cents a gallon. You see what I'm saying, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but that's what some of these states are trying to do. So here's the deal, Steve. With the gas prices, I told people this, and I going to continue to say this. Joe Biden, the price of gas is not going down yet. Yet again, we on a countdown again, Steve. Remember a couple of months ago, he still ain't made that move, and Kamala either. They still ain't come down to the Texas border to shut that down. Still ain't showed up. Joe Biden nor camel toe. And guess what? We gonna keep another countdown on Joe Biden, Steve. This time it's gonna be whether the gas prices, whether Joe Biden, when he will finally open up, and I know we'll probably be talking about this for the next 2 years while he's in the White House. When will he open up the pipeline in America, Steve?
Never.
That's going to be the countdown we got now. And we both know what the answer is.
Never.
He's not going to.
Right.
Joe Biden continues to. What'd you think?
I said he'll never do it. He's trying to defer the blame to Russia. You're correct. I mean, the mainstream media, Eagle, tries to tell us, well, listen, it's not about oil being a U.S. thing. It's a global market. Well, if the Russian oil was taken off the market, we have had the ability to make up for any loss of Russian oil. This did not have to happen if we were producing with our resources what we have available.
No, hell no, it didn't have to happen. And like I say, every time I see Joe Biden on the television talking like this, it just infuriates me when he's trying to pass the buck on to Russia. And, he even had the nerve to say it, Steve. He even mentioned Vladimir Putin's name. He said, yesterday when he was talking, he said, people that are mad about the gas prices, don't be mad at me, be mad at Vladimir Putin. He even had the nerve to say that. He didn't just say Russia. He mentioned Vladimir Putin's name. That's how much of a loser this guy is. It's really sad. So like I say, I know who to blame. Anybody who think that Biden is not responsible for the fuel prices, then I don't know what world you're living in. Now let's talk about the president of Ukraine right quick, Steve. This guy. Okay, this guy here, he's a brave individual. I give a man credit, for doing what he was doing. A lot of those guys over there would have left the country, like the guy in Afghanistan, loaded his helicopter plane up with full of money and moved to another country. But this guy's staying there in Russia and fighting, for his country, and he's doing the right thing. But here's the problem I have with this guy, Steve, is that this guy here is continuing to try to get the United States involved in this situation. He keeps saying that the USA needs to do more. We need to send more money. We need to send planes. We need to send men. We need to see this, do this, do that. United States is sending we've done all we can, but besides actually putting men on the ground in Ukraine. Like I said, we can't do that right now at this point. Joe, we cannot put men into this situation because it'll turn real ugly real soon if Putin finds out that American soldiers are on the ground in Ukraine. So this guy here, like I say, I appreciate what the man is doing, but he needs to try to lead the United States out of this situation. This is between him and Russia at this point. All we can do is send money up until some point. And like I said, Steve, and like I told you last night, until Vladimir Putin puts his hands on Americans, and they've already killed a couple of reporters. I don't know if you heard about that. Yeah. A couple of news reporters, Americans, have been killed already. So I don't know how they're going to handle that situation with the reporters being killed. Like I say, I don't know how much money they're paying those people to go there into a war zone to report, but it's not enough as far as I'm concerned to lose your life. So we'll just have to see, what's going to actually take place the next couple of weeks. But I do believe this, Steve, as much as I hate to say this, before it's all said and done, the United States, we will be on the ground in Ukraine fighting hand to hand against Russia if this war is not stopped in the next couple of months or weeks. I believe that Joe Biden, he's going to be so desperate to stay in the White House and get people to support him that he might resort to putting military on the ground, thinking that that's going to get him some votes and send U.S. soldiers into this war that we don't need to be in. So we'll see what happens the next couple of weeks, but I believe that the U.S. will be on the ground in Ukraine within the next couple of weeks, fighting hand to hand with the Ukrainian military, and we'll see what takes place. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
And I hope that prediction, everyone has their own sentiments. I hope that is 100% incorrect. I don't think, there's no one, I don't think, in any level of the administration wants U.S. boots on the ground there. No one. Democrats, Republicans, Independents, I sure as hell don't. Now, we'll find out later this morning. I can all but guarantee you, after Zelensky speaks to Congress, they've already told us President Biden is going to address the nation. He's going to speak after Zelensky speaks. And we'll probably be offering up, how many billions of dollars have we offered? We've sent them munitions. I can't remember, what was it? We've sent some Patriot missile batteries over there. Think Javelin, Stingers, things like that, anti-tank, anti-aircraft, defensive kind of weapons. Probably going to tell us we're going to step up and offer more as far as financial assistance, maybe some more military equipment. Because those people in Ukraine, which obviously Vladimir Putin did not anticipate that the everyday citizen, yes, 3 million people have fled the country, but there are at the same time millions of people that have taken up arms and are standing, trying to protect their own cities and their own country. It's not just the military that's fighting back the Russians there. I mean, early on, what was it that, when the invasion had first begun, I think there was like 18,000, what was like AK-47s? I mean, true, what they call, weapons of war, assault weapons. Not the kind of AKs or AR-15s that we can purchase here in the U.S. These are fully automatic machine guns. 18,000 of them just handed out. Anybody that's able to stand up and fight, and they're doing it. But we'll be back in a moment. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A social media account for Vice President Kamala Harris stated Tuesday in a now-deleted tweet that the U.S. is supporting Ukraine, quote, in defense of the NATO alliance, unquote, which Ukraine is not a part of. The remarks made in the tweet come on the heels of similar statements Harris made while addressing House Democrats over the weekend at the Democratic National Committee's winter meeting in D.C. On Wall Street, the Dow erased earlier gains as many as 451 points to end little changed by market close. The Nasdaq dropped 2% and S&P 500 also turned negative as technology stocks came under renewed pressure. U.S. crude oil prices dipped below $103 per barrel to a new two-week low. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to energizedhealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or energizedhealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM. or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls. We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn. But not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, they tell us this early Wednesday morning, just in within the past hour, Russian warships around the midnight hour fired missiles and artillery at the Ukrainian seacoast near Tuzla to the south of Odessa. According to the military advisor, the interior military advisor, they fired a huge amount of ammunition from a great distance. He said Russia wanted to test Ukraine's coastal defense system. At this hour, we say we see no attempt to land troops. He didn't say whether any of the shelling hit anything. Of course, they probably haven't had an opportunity to even look at that at this point in time. Developments, here's what the latest. Joe Biden's going to travel to Europe next week, face-to-face talks with European leaders, okay? Russia has stepped up the bombardment of the capital in Kiev. A series of strikes hit residential neighborhoods in the capital city. The European Union imposing new sanctions, including measures that target Chelsea soccer club owner Roman Abramovich, whatever that's going to garner them. The leaders of 3 European Union countries apparently have actually traveled to Kiev. Very dangerous at this point in time. And yes, Eagle mentioned Fox News says 2 of their journalists were killed in Ukraine when the vehicle they were traveling in was struck by incoming fire. So that's, again, 2 U.S. Fox News journalists or contributors right on the heels over the weekend by, I believe it was a former New York Times reporter, U.S. citizen, that was also killed, reporting on the ground there in Ukraine. He also mentioned the southern border. Yeah, well, all eyes are focused on Russia, Ukraine. The invasion of the United States continues. According to the latest numbers, Customs and Border Protection agents had 164,973 engagements, as they call it, migrant engagements at the U.S.-Mexico border in the month of February. Again, those numbers just released yesterday. That marks a 60% increase in border engagements from February of a year ago. The numbers continue to rise. Customs and Border Protection Commissioner said February registered a slight uptick in the number of encounters along the southwest border. Most individuals arriving from Mexico and the Northern Triangle, and a majority of the non-citizens expelled under Title 42, while the winter months usually sees a slowdown in border crossings. At January, agents encountered 153,000, almost 154,000 on the southern border, the highest number recorded for that month in over 20 years. In light of the growing number of crossings, the administration has enacted Title 42, the policy first implemented by the Trump administration. Under Title 42, illegals can be immediately expelled based on their COVID-19 status. However, the Department of Homeland Security is reportedly planning to tell Mexico Title 42 is going to expire in April. The fact that the Biden administration re-implemented Title 42, it was not because they wanted to, it's because the courts mandated, the courts ruled in favor that they had to reinstate it. But they're already telling Mexico, hey, just hang on. Give it a month. Give it till April. We're going to let that expire. And come on, come one, come all. America welcomes you with open arms. And yes, Eagle, you're right. Still, who's been down to that southern border to address what's going on? Not a damn soul in this administration. Good morning to the Cadillac man. Hey there.
Hey, how's it going, Steve? How you doing?
Doing well.
Hey, I know yesterday we touched base on the farming and the gasoline, and I called in yesterday and made a comment about it. But yesterday, the farmer actually stopped by the house yesterday and said he was going to be putting in a drainage ditch. And I told him what you said about the gas prices, what it used to cost to fill the tractor up and what it costs now. And he says, Scotty, he says, I got to tell you, he said, that's not only the half of it. It's fertilizer. He said he was paying $150 a ton for the fertilizer. It has tripled. It's $500 a ton now. And he said, because I was talking to the wife, and she said last year, I think, because we got a small farm, 65 acres, and I think we made $200 profit, because we do 50-50 split with the farmer. So we made $200 profit. So this year, I think it's going to actually cost us money to plant our 65-acre farm this year. So, I mean, you know, it's going to affect all the truckers that haul the grain. It won't affect them this year. It'll probably be next year. It's just going to be less grain for them to haul. So, I mean, if we don't get Biden out of office and get Trump back, you know, and get some of this stuff under control, it's just so sad that we can't even plant our land this year.
And
that's just terrible.
We touched on that last evening, like you said, and I don't know, was it you or someone? I think maybe it was Gilligan when he called, kind of explaining that, yeah, whatever it cost you to fertilize and till and plant and harvest your fields, you only get what the prevailing price on the market is for a bushel of corn or a bushel of soybeans, whatever you've planted. Is that the way it works?
Exactly. Because, a lot of people that are the small farmers, after they go ahead and harvest it and they get it and it's dry enough, they go ahead and take it to the grain mill and they sell it. Now, if you can save it and you got the grain, facilities to put it in and wait till higher prices, you may be able to make a little bit of money, but most people can't do that, especially like the small farmers with me. Now, my mother-in-law, she's got 600 acres, so she cash rents. And I know for 600 acres, she gets $30,000 cash rent. But now I was talking to the farmer yesterday, and he goes, he don't think he's going to be able to do that this year, so he's going to have to renegotiate the price because of the fertilizer. So, you could get a bad farmer and not, he could strip your land and not put the nutrition back in your land. There's always that possibility. I don't know who's farming your land, but not putting the fertilizer on it, but you got to have the fertilizer on the land.
Mm-hmm.
So, it's just a shame. It will affect all the truckers that are hauling grain if we can't farm our land,
So whereas in most industries, most businesses, whatever it's costing to produce a said good, the widgets, whatever you want to call it, when their prices go up, they can demand a higher price to sell their product. And so if I'm understanding correctly, the farmer really, you can't just say, well, I want this much per bushel, because it's based on whatever the market price on any given day is?
That's correct. Yep. That's absolutely correct. Steve.
Wow.
Yep. Because the small farmers, the community people that have the small amount of land like we do, some people, 65 acres, that's still a lot of land, but I don't think we're going to be able to plant it this year. I really don't. I haven't sat down with the farmer and talked about the exact numbers, because since we pay half the inputs and we get half the grain, because he'll send us a bill at the end of the year after he plants everything and say, hey, you owe $3,000, and then we get half the grain, so you better hope the grain equals the $3,000 that you just paid out to plant the 65 acres, So you've got to at least have to have 500 acres to make any money anymore. So I don't know if there's a bigger plan that somebody has to drive out the smaller farmers and the smaller communities. It's hard to say.
Very fascinating. Well, you learn something new every day. Well, thanks again for chiming in here this Wednesday morning, Cadillac Man. And we've been talking, the plight of the American farmer, for decades, I guess. This isn't something new. Guess it's going to be a whole lot worse here in 22 and 23. I don't know, Willie Nelson's still doing the farm aid to help the farmers out there. I saw a local report that for our neighbors in Indiana, of course, the home 20 for me being here in Ohio, they tell us an invasive ant that can deliver a painful sting has been found in the Hoosier State for the first time. According to Purdue University, it's called the Asian needle ant. It's been in southern states like Florida and Georgia for several years, but it's now been discovered all the way up in Evansville, Indiana, the furthest north, I guess, that they've discovered the ant has ventured to date. The Asian needle ant, the first ant in Indiana that has a stinger and a venom sac. Yeah, other ants will bite, but this is really new, according to the report from the Indianapolis Star. Said, while we hope people don't go into a state of panic about the ants' arrival here in Indiana, you do need to be aware of the dangers they can pose. It can be lethal. In most cases, it's just going to hurt like hell. Yeah, for most people, stings from the Asian needle ant will not be harmful, but just painful. But if you are an individual who's like hyper allergic to stings from other insects like bees or wasps, you have to be prepared. You could have the same sort of reaction. Go into, anaphylactic shock. You may need a treatment like an EpiPen. The Asian needle ant can infest homes as well as woodland and outdoor areas, putting them in close proximity with people. Because the ant can infest homes, that's going to increase its ability to survive in the cold winter months, the Indiana environment. Indoor, protecting it from the extreme cold. What else can our Asian friends throw our way? So nice of them to share. First, it was what was that big? The murder hornets. Now we've got the Asian needle ant. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, let's get back to your calls here. What are we looking at? Big Sexy on the line. What's been going on, Big Sexy?
Not much, Steve. I'm here delivering these papers. Were you talking about the reporters that was killed? The one killed over the weekend, one of them was Brent Renaud. He's a Little Rock native. He was born in Memphis and grew up in Little Rock.
Really?
Yeah, they had a moment of silence on the floor of the legislature in Arkansas here for him.
Wow.
But yeah, he was the one that was the former was it Washington Post or one of them up there?
Yeah, a big name. I don't know.
Did you mention a while ago it worked for him?
Was he like was he like more of an independent, a freelance reporter or something now, or did they say?
I don't know what he was doing now. Might have been freelance. I don't know, but he was working. Probably working for somebody,
Yeah.
But he was over in Ukraine and got killed. And on the farmer, my family on my mom's side has been in farming all their life. But those farmers, they can book their crops. They'll follow the market. You'll see a market will say like soybeans for, say, December delivery. And they can book them, you know, and save that price. And that way, if it goes down, they don't lose money. But, you know, I keep talking about if they got the grain bins and the facilities, they can store them until price goes up. But if a lot of them don't plant, those prices fluctuate depending on the availability of it, you know. And if, you know, like if they have a storm or something that affects a lot of the wheat crop or something like that, price of wheat will go up because, you know, there's not as much of it being produced.
Well, right now, I mean, and they're saying
the
that
fuel prices get so high that they can't plant, it'll go up.
They've been talking
yet that don't help them none.
They've been talking how the Ukraine and Russia, I guess, both are Ukraine, like one of the world's largest wheat exporters. I mean, I don't know, that obviously wheat prices are probably going to jump exponentially.
Yeah, it may do it, but, you know, you can't guarantee that. And what's to say that the farmers here get their crops planted and storm or something comes in and ruins the crop? So, you know, there's no guarantee on it. And the farmers' prices are set by the market. That they, you know, you can look at the markets, the daily market, like the Chicago market and all that. You can look at the individual commodity like beans, rice, whatever, what it closes at each day. But, you know, the people that take that product and make something out of it, they can sell it for whatever they want to make.
Exactly.
But the farmers don't get that for what they sell. You know, they can't say, well, you ain't getting my rice if you don't pay so many dollars a bushel. You know, they don't have that say. It's set by the market. So, you know, but you turn around and something that's made out of rice, they can raise the price anytime they want to.
Well, sure.
So it's not, you know, it's not really fair, what I'm trying to get at. But, you know, that's the way it's always been. But yeah, I wanted to let you know that one reporter, he was an Arkansas native, from Arkansas, that when it got killed over the weekend. And that's all I got for you tonight.
All right, be safe out there. Have a good morning. Thanks for checking in. All right, got room for you at 844-844-3388. We hit the 2 o'clock hour in the Eastern time zone. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Japan and the U.S. are teaming up for military training exercises. John Hunt reports.
Japanese and U.S. Marines had their first airborne landing and combat training together as the two allies strengthen military cooperation amid growing maritime activity by China and Russia in the regional seas. Japan has been expanding its defense budget and capability for about a decade and is now revising its key national security strategy in the face of threats from China, North Korea, and Russia.
Pfizer and its partner BioNTech asked U.S. regulators to authorize an additional booster dose of their COVID-19 vaccine for seniors. That would add a fourth shot to the regimen for adults over the age of 65. If the request is approved, a key question would be how soon seniors would be advised to roll up their sleeves, given case counts in the U.S. are dropping. This is USA Radio News.
Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. For years now, we've helped thousands of families live the dream of home ownership. And it's always great to hear from them.
How willing they were to work with me, where everybody else just wanted to slam the door in my face. Second thing was just how quick and easy it was to go with Fellowship because they really put it together quick for me.
At Fellowship Home Loans, we don't have clients. We have friends and family.
I recommend many people. I have my cousin, I have a friend of work, I have it's a lot of people who really need someone like Fellowship Home Loans.
We are here to help. No pressure guaranteed. 800-535-2779. 800-535-2779.
I appreciate how quick and easy it was to work with Fellowship Home Loans. What a pleasant experience it was. They really put it together quick for me.
Fellowship Home Loans.
Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
U.S. Senator Rand Paul wondered out loud on Tuesday about the plan to transfer fighter jets from Poland to Ukraine and why it was discussed publicly. Senator Paul told Newsmax it's a major blunder by the Biden administration.
I think the big mistake here was if you're going to help someone by arming them or giving them weapons, announcing it and debating it in public is probably not the best way to do. The simpler, more strategic, better plan would have been to clandestinely have Poland should have just shipped the planes across.
In related news, Ukraine says it sees possible room for compromise in talks with Russia. This in light of Moscow's bombardment of Kyiv. An estimated 20,000 civilians have fled the desperately encircled city of Mariupol by way of a humanitarian corridor. The exodus marks the biggest evacuation yet of the bombarded seaport, where the dead have had to be buried in mass graves. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel. Frontier gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
The U.S. Senate has voted to nix a requirement to wear masks on public transportation as the country rolls back coronavirus rules and restrictions. Senators voted 57-40 on the resolution, which would reduce the CDC's requirements that most people wear masks on public transportation, like trains, airplanes, and buses. The resolution is likely to hit a wall in the House. The Iditarod has a new top dog. Lance Pry reports.
Musher Brent Sass won the 50th annual and very difficult Iditarod Trail Sled Dog Race across 1,000 miles of Alaska. On Tuesday, his team of 11 dogs dashed off the Bering Sea ice through a crowd of fans in downtown Nome, Alaska. This year's event began with 49 mushers. 5 dropped out along the trail, and Mr. Sass takes home $50,000.
No charges will be filed against the Chicago police officers who chased and fatally shot 13-year-old Adam Toledo and 22-year-old Anthony Alvarez during foot pursuits within days of each other last year. Cook County State's Attorney Kim Fox said there was insufficient evidence to charge the officers in the deaths, who were captured on video that showed both suspects appeared to have guns prior to the shootings. Fox had been critical of the officers in the shooting death of Alvarez, saying they created the situation that put them in danger. And second gentleman Douglas Emhoff has tested positive for COVID-19. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
As we roll on to the late night, early morning hours, make our way to a Wednesday. With this particular headline, did someone say, "I've seen the light"? Really? Residents in the Bronx say illegally parked semi-trucks are causing safety concerns and leaving trash behind. But we know they have nowhere else to go with the current truck parking situation. Truckers have been turning North Bronx roads into improvised parking spots for years. And while residents have concerns about driving around the illegally parked trucks, they do say the trash that drivers have been leaving behind is just as distressing. Yeah, they're not moving them. It's unfortunate that the parking enforcement is not focusing on this part of the Bronx, says one resident. Yeah, you can call 311, and that's the system for the normal person to complain about something that's not being done by the city. But you're spending all this money for the system and nothing's being done. Oh, well. But Bronx City Councilman acknowledging, we're doing our best to try and remedy the situation, which we know can only be solved by creating safe, legal truck parking for the drivers. I've seen the light. Only way you're going to fix it is to actually address it. Do something about it. We've reached out to the 50th precinct, and they've ramped up enforcement on illegal parking. They say they wrote 20 tickets last Thursday night alone. We've reached out to the DOT commissioner, asked them, please do something to designate tractor-trailer rest areas so these trucks can stop legally. He went on to say, we're working hard to both enforce the law to improve the quality of life and hopefully find space for the tractor-trailers. So they're not taking space on the roadways illegally, but I don't know. Is it all talk, no action? Are they actually going to do something to address that issue? It is a nationwide problem, as we well know. But morning, Chevy guy.
Starve, Yankees. Starve, Yankees. That's all I got to say about that. All right. Willie Nelson, barmaid. Really? Willie Nelson was a hardcore supporter of Joe Biden. Boy, I wish somebody would stick a mic in his face, especially and have Mr. Cadillac have a little talk with him and explain the situation and see how are you proud of your choice? I mean, really. And as soon as Willie, like everyone else, says, "Oh well, it was the war. It's a boot price hike." No. Even if this was a situation with Donald Trump, we would have still been a producer and an exporter of oil. We would have had a lot of influence over the price of oil. It would have gone up, but I guarantee you it wouldn't have been. It would have been at least we'd had a little more say about it. Mm-hmm. And I doubt if you'll ever see Donald Trump begging OPEC or begging Iran and Russia. I mean, that's American blood there. That's why I get a little bit aggravated about our military being used. Well, why isn't that American companies in there doing the oil? Excuse me, did Russia get in there and fight for that country for its freedom from a dictator? No, it was America. And now we're talking about begging Russian companies or oil from that country. It's just so aggravating. I mean, it just it's egg on our face. It just poor. And I get it. That way, the Democrats would have been hard. We went to war for oil. Well, guess what? We go to war for a lot of reasons. But now we're going to turn around and beg for that oil.
I want you to think.
I guess
I want you to think back, Chevy guy. It was maybe we were like 2 or 3 years into the Trump administration, and I remember distinctively sharing the news, the headlines. Oil prices were so low, and Saudi Arabia, OPEC, no longer had control of the oil prices globally. They had lost that control, which they had for so many decades. That's because we had become a net oil exporter. They no longer had the influence. Well, thanks to Joe Biden, now they do once again.
Yep, thanks to Joe Biden, and so there's no way you can blame any of this on Putin. So, Willie Nelson, get out there and do that farm aid, but next time, vote conservative. And hopefully it'll be somebody, if not Trump, somebody just as good like Ron DeSantis. We're going to be suffering for this mess for a long, long time. But apparently, one thing we know is you're going to have to drill, baby, drill to get us out of here, or get us out of this mess we're in. But shoot, yeah, like everybody's been saying, I guess they want us all in electric cars. But whatever. Other than that, we're going to sit back. Yeah, that Willie Nelson thing sort of got, I guess, like Pup said, that put something up my craw. And of course, finding out where the craw is wasn't a real exciting event. I don't like to pull anything out there. We can leave it there and do it. And then breaks loose on its own. How about it?
Yeah.
Other than that, we're going to sit back, copy the mail, and enjoy the show.
All right.
Over and out.
Over and out. Good to hear from you. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, it's how things have changed so dramatically. Yes. Prices undoubtedly would have been impacted, but if the U.S. was still producing at the levels we were and could be, as I've said, I understand this whole premise because that's what the Biden administration, that's what they tried to go out to all the TikTok stars that I was telling you last evening. They told them, explain to the people that even though the United States only brings in a small quantity of Russian oil, oil is a global commodity. The whole world. It's not just what we bring in with the lack of Russian oil to supply Europe and European union countries and things like that. But they fail to mention the fact that we had the numbers as far as even what the Keystone could be putting out today versus what we brought in from Russia here in just this country. We would have had plenty to supply what we were taking from Russia and plenty to also put on the global market for those other countries that relied so much more heavily on the Russian oil. They like to give you half the story. Yeah, we saw West Texas Intermediate. Roy checked in. He said we saw West Texas drop from $130 to $93 in a little over a week. Yeah, it did drop, I think, 93 and some change. It did hit that mark earlier in the day, Tuesday. It's since gone back up. Well, again, last check, it was like 97, 98. The Brent crude was back over 100, but like right at 101. So either way, hovering right about $100 versus 130. I mean, we should, if that stays in place, begin to see prices start ticking downward at least a little bit, I'd think, right? Let's see. Hello to Heatwave from Bliss, Idaho this morning. Have you tried to dial us up this morning, Heatwave? I don't think you've popped in yet. We were trying to figure out what the hell happened with his calls last evening. Let's see. Hello to Kentucky Ken. There you are. Morning, Steve, and the Overnight Drive crew. Kentucky Ken on a rest break in Boonville, Missouri. On my way to Louisville for my new trailer. Then it's off to Plano, Illinois. Listening in. Safe travels, everybody out there. Hello to Richard, Central Florida. Best wishes to all of you. Have a good day. Let's see. Hey, buddy, good morning from Honeybee from Roanoke, Virginia. Good morning, Honeybee. Mr. Q is on board this morning. And our number, 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to serve us all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
My daughter Brinley is here at St. Jude. Coming here was literally life or death, and it was so scary. But St. Jude is fighting for one goal, like this one mission, life. And that gave us hope. We haven't received a single bill from St. Jude, so I really can just focus on what's best for Brinley.
Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
Hey, let me tell you a little bit about what's going on with Hotshot Secret and Overnight Drive Radio here, as we, of course, gear up for the Mid-America Truck Show. Pretty excited to be back in Louisville after being canceled in 2020 and again in 2021. Overnight Drive Radio, booth number 16067. And we've teamed up with our friends over at Bostrom and National Seating to get you excited as well. Going to be offering one of the Bostrom Wide Ride plus Serta seats to one of our lucky listeners out there. Valued at over $1,800. You can enter now. Just go to overnightdriveradio.com, click on the contest link. Then, of course, we're also going to be giving away 2 other seats during the show in Louisville. You'll have to stop by our booth there to register to win that. And while you're there, stop by the Hotshot Secret booth. Someone last evening was asking, I think Big Ed was talking about, is there something I can put in my fuel to improve my fuel economy? Absolutely, in your big truck. Right now, by the way, save $4 on the 2-quart Diesel Extreme. That's the one. Actually, it's the everyday diesel treatment that's going to improve your fuel economy dramatically. But I got $4 off the Diesel Extreme, $7 off right now on the 2-quart Stick Shit Eliminator at O'Reilly Auto Parts stores. Now through March the 29th, a couple of weeks left there. Plus, the Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment is now available at Travel Centers of America and Petro Stopping Centers nationwide. Remember, a 16-ounce bottle is going to treat 400 gallons. Goes a long way, and that's going to improve your fuel economy. With the first fill-up, enough to not only cover the cost of the product, plus you get all the other benefits of that 6-in-1 additive, and you'll even have more money to put back in your pocket with those improvements. And, of course, today is St. Patrick's Day Eve, we'll call it. St. Patty's Day tomorrow. Got a special coming up for those who want to place an order online. Keep this if you're feeling lucky, right? All orders placed on St. Patrick's Day automatically entered to win a mystery box valued over $150, which will be randomly selected from one order to win. You have to place your orders, hotshotsecret.com, on March the 17th. Again, of course, that's Thursday. All purchases automatically entered. The luck of the Irish is with you, St. Patty's Day. So good luck to you. All right, back to the phones here. Let me see. Would that be Gilligan by chance, I believe?
Yeah, it is, Steve. Thank you for taking my call.
What's going on,
Hey, did
Gilligan?
you get the link for that story I sent you?
I did indeed. Yes, sir.
I thought it's amazing how much things have changed in West Virginia in the last, probably 20 years or so, especially in the last probably 15 or so. You know, Obama forced to comb all most of the coal mines closed and all that. Most of the leadership in West Virginia is now in Republican hands after being a strong Democrat stronghold for decades. And now we're second in the nation in growth. And it's amazing how much things have turned around.
Yep.
In West Virginia, I thought. Don't you think? It just gets me. And, you know, why people can't see this. Right there's a shining example of how a pro-business attitude could help the people. Touching on the truck parking there in the Bronx, how they was enforcing that. Years ago, when I was pulling reefer, I used to pull milk, river milk into Brooklyn and Bronx, the Queens mainly. I went into the city. And, you can park in the city, and there is areas that you better not park. But, you know, there's a lot of parking in New York City in certain areas. But I'm sure you was talking about, what is it?
Bronx.
Residential areas where you was talking about. There's
Right.
Bronx. Yeah. I've been into the Bronx, and there's some liberal parking areas around there for overnight. A lot of people used to say, I wouldn't park in New York City for nothing. Well, I used to think that way too, but I was running up there regularly. Fortunately, I never had any problems. I parked in Brooklyn and Bronx quite a bit. I guess maybe it's because I was lucky. Go in there at Hunts Point. I wouldn't park around there on the streets, but you could go into Hunts Point and park in there. That's a little bit more rough neighborhood. I'm sure some of your other callers out there can confirm that too. I'll tell you what, I think I'll do this night's edition of how to recognize your favorite cartoon character. I wasn't able to get back in last night. I guess I got called in a little late. Well, we're going to start off with famous Captain Ron, also known as Pinky. Well, you'll be able to recognize Captain Ron because technically he's not a captain at all. He's actually a corporal. If you see a little short dude, a slouchy little brown hat, a pair of wire rimmed glasses, kind of walking around, kind of lost, looking like radar from MASH, more than likely you have encountered Captain Ron, or Corporal Ron more appropriately. Also, if you see said character dash into a ladies' room and run out in a Scarlett O'Hara dress or some wild outfit, you have also encountered Pinky, also known as Corporal Klinger, Corporal Ron. Now, the other character, which is fairly easy to recognize, is none other than Big / Welfare Ed. Beware when you encounter this character. Now, he's been known to invite you out to dinner and offer to pay and lunch and such, and then skip out on the bill. So be very wary if somebody's inviting to buy your lunch or dinner. Also, if you can recognize him, if he goes up to one of the food vendors and tries to play with food stamps, he hasn't figured out yet that food stamps have been done away with for probably 20 or 30 years, and he's still trying to get people to take them. But, you know, the only time you're ease around Welfare Ed is if you see him standing beside A great big tall hippie. Yeah, the guy with the headband, the tie-dye shirt, the bell-bottom jeans, and his Birkenstocks, strumming his guitar. And he's around the Big Moose. Don't worry, Big Moose will protect you. Big Fairhead knows better to pull something on somebody around the Big Moose. Well, thank you, Steve, for taking my call.
Good morning, Gilligan. Yes, bye to me. That's out the door he went. And, well, not a moment too soon. It is 844-844-3388. What he was talking about as far as his home state of West Virginia. I guess the governor announcing yesterday that West Virginia has reached the second highest export growth rate of any state in the nation in 2021. Kind of celebrating that achievement at a press conference yesterday. He says, our days of being 50th in every category, coming and going, are over. Nowadays, more and more often, West Virginia is ranking at the very top of the list of states, especially when it comes to how our state is growing from a business and an economic standpoint. I'm incredibly proud, a proud day for all West Virginians to see our state at number 2 in the nation when it comes to the growth we have seen with our exports. That means more and more places are choosing to do business with us. Not only great news for the manufacturers who've made a home here in West Virginia and have seen their businesses grow because of it, it's also wonderful to know that West Virginia products are making an impact all over the world and that everyone gets to see just how good we really are. The numbers say West Virginia's exports surged to $6.2 billion in 21, which was a 37.6% increase over 2020's total of $4.6 billion. He said, the rocket ship ride that I promised could not be more real, and we're proving that over and over again. Okay. So, feeling good about the state of West Virginia. It's the governor there, Jim Justice, I believe is his name. Yes, a lot has changed in 20 years there in West Virginia, hasn't it? All right, what do you see? We get our news break in here. Who we got on the line? We'll get to the Carolina monkey gouger. Looks like heat wave's going to try it. I see where you're online there. Yeah, Vic, and room for you at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
A social media account for Vice President Kamala Harris stated Tuesday in a now-deleted tweet that the U.S. is supporting Ukraine, quote, in defense of the NATO alliance, unquote, which Ukraine is not a part of. The remarks made in the tweet come on the heels of similar statements Harris made while addressing House Democrats over the weekend at the Democratic National Committee's winter meeting in D.C. On Wall Street, the Dow erased earlier gains as many as 451 points to end little, changed by market close. The Nasdaq dropped 2% and S&P 500 also turned negative as technology stocks came under renewed pressure. U.S. crude oil prices dipped below $103 per barrel to a new 2-week low. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Wayne Alaroot from my great friends John and Chelsea Jubilee of Energized Health. They're regular guests on my show, sharing their breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Recently, they were guests at my wedding. Everyone kept saying, wow, you look so much younger, healthier, thinner, Wayne. You look younger at age 60 than 50. What did you do? And I pointed them to John and Chelsea and said, they did it. Go talk to them. Energized Health changed my life. And the proof isn't just in how I look. I lost 25 pounds of fat, including the dangerous visceral fat. And I've kept the fat off for over a year. And I'll be on this program program for life because it's sustainable. Don't just take my word for it. I've received more fan mail about Energized Health than any other advertiser in history. John and Chelsea Jubilee are transforming lives. Right now, Energized Health is offering my fans the WAR 40% off decisive action discount. 40% off. Go to EnergizedHealth.com or call toll-free 888-444-8895, toll-free 888-444-8895, or EnergizedHealth.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot's Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. When we put our foam in your walls, it's like putting a coat around your entire home. It keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. We're getting homes ready right now for winter, and we have $1,000 savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show. 1-800-USA-FOAM or USAinsulation.net.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute? When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you. You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
And now back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, back to our calls here on a Wednesday. Let's see who's next up here. The Carolina Monkey Gouger in the house. going on, Monkey Gouger? Hey there.
Well, good morning.
How
you this morning?
Doing well. Give us a full report.
Full report. Let's see what you want to hear.
What's going on? All the latest.
Well, everything kind of quiet. Just moving down here, trying to get this last drop off so I can head to the Marina Del Rey and, get things tightened up. And that's about it. Go do a little fishing, and just lay around, take life easy for a couple of days.
Okay. So when do you head to Louisville? When you're heading up to the big show? You gonna be there Wednesday, Thursday? What?
Don't know yet. We're still waiting on that phone call from the Thunderbirds for JJ to fly. And don't know if, they didn't give us a concrete date yet.
Really?
So we're just playing that by ear right now. So don't know if it's going to be Thursday. Don't know if it's going to be Friday. It might be Saturday. Don't know.
Really?
Yet.
Wow. Okay. I mean, you're normally there all 3 days.
Right. So we don't know yet. We're just waiting to see what. Supposed to know something tomorrow or the next day. I called him tonight. He said, well, they sent me an email, said they hadn't give a concrete day yet, but said just hang in there. So we're supposed to know something here pretty soon.
Okay.
But see, did you see any of that flap between Mitt Romney and that Tulsi
Gabbard?
Or whatever her name is?
Yes. I shared that this past day. I did. Well, Tulsi's the one that's correct in this case.
I agree, and Mitt Romney's trying to say it ain't going on over there, and we don't know what's in them labs, and Putin is blowing the hell out of them, but don't know what's fitting to be unleashed on us now. Now the bird flu, they done run the COVID deal in the ground. Now the bird flu done certainly made a damn reappearance.
Yeah.
Who knows what them idiots has got on their mind. I mean, it's just one thing after another. They just don't never seem to let up, I was just shocked to hear the bird flu had come back. Well, the bird flu disappeared, the other flu disappeared. What happened? COVID-19 eat all the flus all of a sudden and didn't have no sign of anything? I just can't make heads or tails out of it. I tell you something else that just really floored me tonight was when I seen, we got to raise the price of the airline ticket. Diesel fuel going up, jet fuel going up. Well, what them idiots forgot to say is they bought that fuel 2 years ago. They hedged it out. So they go jack the prices up and really fatten the pot.
Mm-hmm.
It's I tell you, man, it's a mess. And the thing about it is, Donald Trump told everybody what these idiots were going to do. He told them they were going to destroy it, how they were going to do it, how they were going to take it down, and he ain't pretty much 99.9% correct. If Joe Biden had wanted to do good for this country and make a name for himself, he'd have left well enough alone. Instead of trying to turn this thing into a banana republic, but they wouldn't looking for the pushback that the American public's putting up right now.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve, we have reached out, four or five of us have reached out to the convoy up there, give them your phone numbers, everything, and to no avail. So I don't know what's going on up there. I mean, they say they need media to put it out on media. Well, here the media is begging for it, and none of them will return a phone call. And like tonight, I know on that live feed when they was having the afternoon wrap-up, there was 4 or 5 of the listeners, including me, that told them, said, hey, look, here's the phone number. Here's who to talk to. He divorced an American trucker. he'll take your call, just call in, and no avail. So I don't know what we're going to do. They had some shakeup up there today. I didn't hear all of it, but apparently the Homeland Security got involved in it or something and rerouted them down 50. Don't know the whole 9 yards on it, but they went up there and blocked all the freeway, the entrance ramps and exit ramps off, and created a mess up there, because they didn't want them in downtown Washington. Well, wasn't nobody going to downtown Washington. They were just going to ride around on the 395 and go out to 495 and go back out,
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, Steve. They supposedly, now I did not confirm this. I just seen what there was talk of it. They had a meeting with the senator from Pennsylvania yesterday. And then somebody said that Jim Jordan and a couple more had sat down and talked to him this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
That's just reading on those feeds that come through.
Okay.
But so that's about all I got on that. I've been trying to watch it, much as I could, and try to keep you informed on what's going on. But the other thing I would ask, you know what you get when you stand 32 people in West Virginia up in a straight line?
What is that? Family reunion?
A full set of, family reunion plus to get a full set of teeth.
Oh, boy.
So anyway, Steve, everything is going good. Just trying to get on to the house there. I had the milk run this week, and I've been started out at 8 o'clock in the morning, made my first drop, running my next one, thinking I was going to beat them in there to get it off. It didn't happen, so now we're burning the midnight oil to get the rest of them off, and then we're going to ease on the Marina Del Rey and open up some of them good old Bud Lights, get in the old John Boat and go down to the swamp and just forget about everything there for a day or two. Let the world go by, and just sit back and no news, no nothing, no cell phone. Just go there and just wet a line.
There you go. All right. Well, I hope the fish are biting. Have a good time, and I guess we'll see you at some point there in Louisville.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Hope to be up there.
Okay.
Hey, we'll talk to you later, man, and be careful.
All right. Thanks for checking in. Yeah, I haven't really seen a whole lot as far as updates in regards to the People's Convoy, although they are still there. I do see they did have a link here where I guess, what's his name? Brian Brass did meet with Jim Jordan. They did share that this past day. And they did also share, I guess, I could probably share the links on this past evening's meeting there, the evening meeting, about a 40-minute video there, I guess, talking about what's coming up next, right? And look, I get back to the calls here, see if, would that be Senor Heatwave?
Si, senor. Yes, good morning. Oh, man. If it wasn't by accident, then it was by design, or I don't know. I never had that issue before. So maybe it was just the Donner Pass, Reno area that decided, we ain't allowing this phone call to go through. I guess because I make too much sense. I don't know. What do you think? Well, Ken in Wisconsin. I don't know what I did, but apparently you've got a bee up your butt and you've made it personal. There's no reason to go personal on this program with anyone except maybe Minister, who obviously has an agenda. But you, I don't know what I did to you, but I will tell you one damn thing. Don't insult me like that. Don't make it so obvious and then throwing out little clues. I mean, all I can say is, "The hell's the matter with you?"
Well,
you know,
I didn't
I
didn't understand when he said, "Don't get your yellow panties in a bunch." I didn't know what that meant until you explained it to me. I said, "Oh, I get it now. Duh."
Exactly. Listen, I may be misinformed on some things, and granted, I've been wrong. But you know, when I mentioned something about didn't Trump have the right to challenge the votes in the different states with the suspicions of fraud, Grump sent me to the right area to take a look at. You know, he didn't say, "You dumb damned hillbilly from the deserts. You know, read this if you can." No, he said, "Look, this is the article. This is the chapter. This is what you need to read." And I called in, asked again to make sure I had the right one. He said, "Yes, that's it." Boom. That's the way you handle this. But to come out there and basically call me a low-life, yellow union LTL carrier, know nothing. Well, buddy, I'll tell you one thing. I did some studying on the disability, and it is not automatic. You have to prove, and you got your medical records, that you did not have any symptoms related to being out there in the sands of Iraq or Afghanistan and being exposed and then coming back having these issues. It still has to go through a review board. Just because you stepped your foot off the airplane onto the tarmac and then turned around and get back on and took off, you are not automatically just going to get 10% minimum. It has to go through a review process. And there have been folks that were denied. And granted, they have made mistakes in doing so, denying these people. But, you know, it's not automatic. So why don't you get off your duff, your high horse, and read up on this stuff? So anyways, so Ken, I called you out. Ken from Wisconsin. I swear, you know, Steve, some people just, they just so damn full of hate, like Minister, that they can't see damn straight. Now, I don't know if it's because, you know, I am now a union member for the past 3.5 years, or he just got something against yellow. You know, I'm kind of the opinion, too, that, hey, you know, it's been mismanagement of the company that put yellow in the place where it was at, where it was needing, you know, a handout. I guess you could call it a hand up since we got to pay that loan back. But, I mean, good night. Don't take it out on me, right? Well, I was listening to the news, and they said the second gentleman, and you know how sad this is? He don't even have the same last name.
Right.
I mean, it's not even hyphenated. It's like, well, that's a lot of love for you there. And when they said he had been diagnosed with, and I was just thinking, AIDS, because Lord knows how many times she's been on her knees to get up in the position she's at. You know, he probably caught something from them. But, you know, it's like, well, I don't know. You feel sorry for the guy for catching it, but I mean, hell, there's a lot of damn people out here that caught it. They ain't been named out, but you know, by name. It's just, you know, we got people have caught it. Big deal. Okay, they got it. You know, we know more about the virus. We know more what we can use to control it, to lessen the effect, and you know. Well, what more needs to be said?
I mean, the funny thing is, he's fully vaccinated. He's boosted. Oh, he's got COVID. You know, all right, well, whatever. So who cares?
Yep. You know, yeah, exactly. I've got both the shots. I'm fully vaccinated. I got the booster. You know, it hasn't hit me, knock on wood, but my head hurts, so I ain't going to hit too hard. You know, if I catch it, I catch it. Lord knows what that stuff is doing to my innards as far as, with the RNA sequencing. But tell you one thing, when they say, hey, you need to get your shots again, I'm going to politely but firmly say, you know what, I'm done. I ain't doing this no more. If it's my time to go, then I guess Ken from Wisconsin will be happy not to hear my melodious voice on the radio again. And I had posted earlier today, Biden is going to Europe for a NATO meeting. Really? That old fossil should have already gone over there and talked to these people and set something up instead of waiting 3 weeks, having that wait and see attitude. If it was so damn serious to begin with, then he should have been Johnny on the spot, leading the way. But he is like our vice president, clueless and no balls. Here we are. We have our southern border down here that she was supposed to be the czar.
Yep.
And what has she done? She goes to El Paso saying, I don't see a problem here, and takes off. It's like, well, you damn fool, go where the issues are.
And what did I hear she just said yesterday? Just yesterday, she said that the United States is assisting Ukraine in accordance with our NATO alliance, and they're not a NATO member. What the hell? And she's vice president.
Well, what is the party animal of the Democrats? It's the jackass. And they got two of the biggest jackasses up there running this country as number one and number two, and two more big damn jackasses as 3 and 4 with Pelosi and Schumer. So anybody who votes for jackasses are just absolutely dumber than a box of rocks.
Well, you get what you vote for, right?
And that's probably an insult to the box of rocks to compare them to. So, I mean, that's pretty damn sad. They lie to you on a regular basis. Well, Vladimir Putin's the reason why we got these issues. No, Joe, it started with you on day one. And it's like a snowball, which we'll call a shish kebab ball. And it's rolling downhill, and we're all getting covered in it because of his poor choices. I think I've done ran it out, senor. I guess we'll go ahead and let you go. And boy, it sure is good to get back on the show with you. We'll talk to you later.
All right. Good to have you with us. Have a great morning. We'll return in 2 here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, speaking of Yellow Corporation, there was industry headlines regarding that company this past day. After more than a decade in litigation, which I can't believe it's been that long, Yellow is settling with the Department of Defense regarding allegations of knowingly overcharging the U.S. government. According to the Department of Justice, Yellow is agreeing to pay the federal government nearly $7 million to resolve the civil litigation that started in November of 2008, which said from 2005 to 2013, the company allegedly overbilled the Defense Department by documenting cargo waste that were greater than the actual weight. The government also accused Yellow Corporation of making false statements and records. Allegations include the trucking company falsely acknowledging that it would make corrections during the reweigh process. So the settlement documents show Yellow will pay the U.S. $6.85 million. Of that, nearly $2.5 million is restitution. The whistleblower behind the investigation will receive nearly $2 million, as well as 19.5% of the interest paid by Yellow Corporation. Yellow's not admitting guilt to any of the allegations. In fact, the settlement allows the Defense Department to continue doing business with the company. In a statement, Yellow pointed out that all the alleged or allegations occurred before the current management arrived with the company. Darrell Harris was named president of Yellow in April of last year. So this agreement will enable the company and the 30,000 freight professionals to remain centrally focused on transporting the goods for more than 200,000 customers, including the Department of Defense, with whom Yellow has enjoyed a customer relationship dating back to World War II. All right, so there's obviously more to come in regards to the whole investigation into that $700 million loan during the COVID. I think they may have had a little bit of an update on that as well. I'll have to go back and see if I can find more on that. But hey, right there, rolling toward news update. So we'll get the very latest, see what's going on out there. Our number, 844-844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases could start rising again, according to CDC data.
New CDC sewer data is suggesting there will be a rise in COVID-19 cases in the United States. A 10% increase or more in coronavirus wastewater levels was found in a 15-day period from February 24th to March 10th. Of just over 400 wastewater sampling sites, a 10% spike was seen in at least 145. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
Fox News is reporting that President Joe Biden plans to announce more than $1 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. That aid will include military equipment like anti-armor and anti-air weapons. The Wall Street Journal reports the funding comes from the $13 billion allotment in the omnibus bill signed by the president this week. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Wayne Alaroot, and I want to tell you a real story. A husband and wife were driving home from dinner. While stopped at a light, they were suddenly surrounded by an angry mob, and the mob forced open the driver's side door, attempting to drag the husband from the car. But he reached for his Hero 2020 non-lethal weapon. He shot his attacker twice in the chest, unleashing a powerful chemical pepper irritant, forcing the attackers to back off, and the couple escaped safely. No bullets were fired, no lives were lost. I know how training and preparedness makes the difference. I've seen and reviewed many guns and self-defense products, and the Hero 2020 is one of the easiest to use, carry, and conceal. Plus, it saves lives. Hero 2020 is a high-powered, award-winning, non-lethal defender. That's why I have one in each of my cars and in multiple rooms of my home and office. To order your own Hero 2020, visit Hero2020.com. Use coupon code WAR for a special discount. Hero2020.com. That's Hero2020.com. State law restrictions may apply.
The victims of a Seattle crane collapse have reached a settlement. Reporter John Hunt explains.
A jury awarded more than $100 million to some of the victims of a tower crane collapse that killed 4 people in Seattle in 2019. Workers were disassembling the 300-foot crane in strong wind gust when it fell from the roof of the Google building under construction in the South Lake Union neighborhood. 2 iron workers fell to their death. The crane crushed cars below, killing Sarah Patnip Wong, a 19-year-old Seattle Pacific University student, and Alan Justad, a 71-year-old former city worker.
A convicted swindler who claimed to be a German heiress to finance a posh lifestyle in New York is making a new bid to fight deportation. Anna Sorokin's attorney said Tuesday his client has filed papers to prevent being ejected from the U.S. Sorokin was convicted in 2019. She spent more than 3 years behind bars. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time. Classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online. Just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
South Korea's military says North Korea's latest weapons launch apparently ended in failure. The launch was detected amid speculation that the North could soon launch its biggest long-range missile in its most significant provocation since 2017. It's not immediately clear what North Korea launched Wednesday morning. It's the 10th such weapons test this year. New York police officers are reporting the suspect in last weekend's stabbing at the Museum of Modern Art has been arrested.
The New York Police Department is reporting the suspect in last weekend's stabbing at the Museum of Modern Art was arrested overnight. 60-year-old Gary Cabana had been on the run since the incident on Saturday night. He was apprehended by Philadelphia police at the Greyhound bus station and is awaiting extradition to New York for arrest and pending charges. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
You may soon be able to skip falling back and springing ahead for daylight saving time. On Tuesday, the U.S. Senate unanimously passed the Sunshine Protection Act, which would permanently extend daylight saving time from 8 months of the year to the full 12 months. Second gentleman Doug Emhoff has tested positive for COVID-19. His wife, Vice President Kamala Harris, tested negative but skipped an Equal Pay Day event at the White House out of an abundance of caution. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
anticipated. They told us last week that spring break is here, right? Hundreds of thousands of young people headed to the various vacation destinations, from Cancun to Cozumel to Fort Lauderdale to you name it in Florida. Fort Lauderdale right now, it's kind of sad. I mean, teens and early 20s, college-age people that are heading off to have a good time to never return home. Rescuers are deeply troubled by what one is calling a cluster of fentanyl cases. After 10 people at 2 homes were hospitalized in a matter of 3 days, and we all know fentanyl is deadly. I mean, just a few granules the size of salt, a grain of salt, enough to kill you. 4 men hospitalized Sunday after a medical emergency involving fentanyl, according to the Brevard County Sheriff's Office. 2 were in respiratory arrest. Detectives found some drug residue at the residence. Testing determined the substance to be fentanyl. As of Monday, 3 of the men were released, and we're talking 20s and 30 age-wise. 4 U.S. military Academy cadets from West Point were among 6 who overdosed on fentanyl-laced cocaine at a rental home late last week. They were on spring break. One of the cadets is actually on the football team. As of Friday, Fort Lauderdale rescue crews had administered Narcan 215 times this year alone. We've seen an increase in these types of calls. It seems a lot when you're just 2.5 months into the year. Now, the drug has caused the death of 5,302 people in the state of Florida alone, they tell us. The overwhelming majority of fentanyl deaths were accidental. But apparently, I guess they're trying to get the word out that, it doesn't matter. It's not people that are shooting up, drugs. It could be people thinking they have cocaine, thinking they have purchased, actually prescription pills, like Vicodin, oxycodone, and whatever, the whole laundry list, which, on the black market out there, apparently millions of doses are flooding into this country. They look like the real deal, but if you're out there buying it on the street, there's a good chance it came from China or Mexico, and it's laced with fentanyl. Friday evening, they said they were monitoring the 911 scanners, and we began to hear a dramatic jump in overdose calls over a 72-hour period, and they turned to social media to send out a warning to anyone thinking of using drugs or any acquaintances of a drug users to follow them. There's a fentanyl cluster right now. They said you need to use fentanyl test strips before using drugs. I didn't even know that existed. So you can test your drugs to make sure it's not testing positive for fentanyl. You can, but kind of sad there. It's just. Meanwhile, let's get back to the calls here. Speaking of, what's going on with Vic this morning? Hey there.
Oh, not a whole lot. I just woke up about a half hour ago and heard people talking about the farm prices and everything. A couple of years ago, the government came out with a crop insurance deal, and it's rather involved. And when you were talking about prices not being guaranteed, you pay a premium to the government and they'll guarantee your price, and it's based on what particular county you're in and a whole lot of other things. In Illinois, you can go to farm.daily and that will all show up. And I think they just released the prices for this year. I believe soybeans were over $14. And then, well, you can actually go to the USDA page. I'm on my old computer here, so I can't really pull that one up right now. But there are risk management tools out there if you don't want to contract directly with a grain elevator or use the futures markets for options and the actual, futures prices. So it's basically farmers like anything else. It's a business, same as trucking, and you have to use risk management tools, or you can, just fly by the seat of your pants and take whatever comes. But I wanted to comment about that. And the other thing too is, Steve, are you aware that China is in lockdown on COVID right now?
Yes, millions again. I mean, they're making it sound like this is in an industrial area. So we're kind of going to go back to like 2020 when all these Chinese products were unable to be shipped because the factories were closed.
Correct. I'm amazed that we have spent this much time and we still can't identify where this thing come from or how to treat it. But not to beat that drum constantly. But you were mentioning the fentanyl. They had a story tonight on the news here in Indianapolis about they have gangs coming up from South America that are actually coming up here on tourist visas or whatever, and they have a whole thing to where they can vandalize homes in some of the wealthier communities. And I was amazed at this. It's like, so for how many years has the gangs been sending people up here to commit one crime or another, So what's so new about the fact that they decided to vandalize or break into homes? I shouldn't say vandalize, burglarize homes. I mean, at what point does this have to sink into the people in this country that these people coming across the southern border are not coming here? What they say? Some said they're coming here for a better life. Mm-hmm. Some said they were coming here out of love or something. Some silly thing. They're coming here to enrich themselves anyway, anyhow. And if that involves selling, deadly drugs to grade school kids, so be it. They're just here to enrich themselves. And there are means for legal people to get here that really do want to try to create a better life for themselves. But opening up the border and letting anybody come in is not the way. And one last thing, back to the grain prices, they kind of fell off today because they thought that there was going to be some sort of progress in a ceasefire with Russia, Ukraine, because Zelensky said there's no way that Ukraine, that's the president of Ukraine, mm-hmm. He said there's no way that Ukraine can join NATO because essentially NATO doesn't want them now. I don't know how much credence you can put in that, but apparently he's given up on wanting to join Ukraine because join NATO yeah. because they haven't supported him, and so I don't know where that's going, but by and large, the whole thing over there in Ukraine, it looks like there might actually be an end to this. I don't know what you want to call it, a nightmare or whatever, and so that's but it is affecting grain prices, and if they do get a ceasefire and they're able to export their Black Sea wheat and plant another crop, it will go down. And Russia also put a ban on export any of their grain products because they want to make sure they have enough to feed their people this year. So they have a saying in the markets, when in doubt, stay out, and that's where I am until the dust settles. But by and large, there are risk management tools available for grain prices. So with that, I'll let you go, Steve.
Thank you for chiming in, Vic. Have a good morning, and thank you for the update as always. Did hear on the news break there, top of the hour, this whole premise, which for years and years we've been talking about it every time you spring forward or fall back, as far as the clock goes, saying that it's time to end this. The Senate yesterday approved the proposal to make daylight savings time permanent. Now it heads over to the House. If it passes there, it's on to the president, which means that we would never have to again set the clock back an hour and lose an hour, or forward, spring forward, fall back. It would also mean that early risers lose an hour of daylight in the mornings during the months of November through February. In New York, for example, under current law, the sun will rise at 7:15 a.m. December 21, shortest day of the year. If the Sunshine Protection Act becomes law, New Yorkers won't see the sun rise till 8:15 that same day. On the other hand, instead of the sun setting at 4:31 p.m. in late December, it would set at 5:31. A little more daylight to enjoy in the afternoon. Marco Rubio, lead sponsor, touted a number of benefits to making daylight savings time permanent. He said there is strong science behind that is showing in making people aware of the harm that the clock switching's doing. Increased heart attacks, car accidents, pedestrian accidents. Okay, so maybe, just maybe. I don't think it'll probably be sometime in 2023 before that could be implemented, if I understood correctly. Lo and behold, I know Philip will remind us, Marco Rubio introduced it, but he needs to be focusing on the people in Florida, but I digress. Hello, Philip, what's going on?
He sure does, bud. That's all I'm going to say about him.
Yeah.
So, enjoying a little bit of wet roads this morning down here in Florida. We had a pretty good rainstorm come through there. So, came through in the middle of the night for us. So, you were talking about fentanyl. I know a few years ago down here we had a real bad problem with methamphetamine, and a lot of people were making it, cooking it, and doing whatnot. That methamphetamine is nothing compared to this fentanyl. Our law enforcement down here, they're plumb scared of it because we're having a bad problem with it, Steve. That Narcan is not even working on that stuff, depending on how much is in whatever they're doing.
Really?
So, it's not working at all. And they're having a big problem with it. It's a big thing down here. It is. It's a big problem down here with the fentanyl. In a drug arrest, and my next door neighbor is the county sheriff, and he told me this. He said the biggest fear they have in a drug arrest now is walking up to the car without a face mask on, or I should say not a face mask what we look at today as far as COVID, but I'm talking like a Scott device, like a firefighter wears, because you never know what's going to come out of the car. You open up the door and just the dust of that will kill you. So, it's crazy. They're afraid to search cars. We've had law enforcement officers down here have to be shot with Narcan right on the scene there because they had fentanyl, had a fentanyl overdose where they just breathe it in. So, that's happened down here quite a bit. So, it's a bad thing. And anybody out there that wants to do anything now, you better be careful on what you do because you never know, that stuff might be in it. You might be done for if you do it. So, but that's pretty much Steve. Why is Biden going over to the Ukraine? Wouldn't you think they'd keep the president and the vice president in the United States right now with war over in that area? Even going over to Poland or any of them places, would you think they would just stay here? What do you think?
I saw that he's going over to speak with leaders, but is it actually going to be in Ukraine? I thought they'd find a neutral place to talk or something. I'm not sure.
Well, from what I understand, he's going over to Poland. And by the way, today, Ukraine's president is supposed to be talking to the Senate.
Yep, 9 o'clock this morning.
About the situation over there. Mm-hmm. But why would you want to even go to Poland? I mean, they showed it on the news last night, just the regular, national news, that they got Patriot batteries already set up in Poland right now because they're scared that they're going to come on over into Poland. Why would you want to take your leaders, and there's a lot of countries that are at this meeting that the president's going to go to, why would you want your leaders to go to Poland? We got all the technology out there for all this Zoom and all this other stuff. Why would you risk having your, the leaders of your countries going over this place? I mean, I know they showed some of the leaders from different countries going into Ukraine, sitting down with Zelensky and having a meeting, but I just don't get it. And it's the same way, like, Steve, have you noticed how much in the last few years the vice president has been with the president in public? Have you noticed that?
I don't pay a whole lot of attention to it. You think it's more than typical?
Yeah. Back in the day, the vice president, the vice president met with the president, but back in the day, they separated the vice president from the president for a reason, because if something happened, you'd still have the power going on. But in the last few years, and I've noticed this even in the Obama era, I noticed it with Biden. When they came down to our property at Walt Disney World when Obama came down, Biden stayed at one of our resorts. Now, Obama stayed downtown in Orlando, but they were in close proximity to each other. You don't do that. I mean, for security reasons. I just don't get it. Like, I've seen a lot of stuff with the president and the vice president together in public. Nonetheless, not in Washington in the White House. That's a different situation. That's security. But I'm talking like out of the country in different places. You shouldn't do that with the president. The president needs to be separated away from the vice president in case something happens. And I just don't get it. I mean, it's really been lax in the last few years. I didn't see it so much with Trump, but I've seen it a lot with Obama. I've seen it a lot with this administration. And it concerns me, because that's what keeps our government going. If something happens to the president or the vice president, we still have to keep things going, and it just concerns me. So, but that's all I pretty much got today, Steve. You have a good one, bud. Thank you.
All right, let me see. I'm looking at according to the story I saw this past, it's saying here Biden will travel to Belgium to meet with NATO leaders next week. Jen Psaki said Biden will discuss the alliance's ongoing defense efforts. He'll also reaffirm the U.S. commitment to NATO allies during the meeting. He will also join a scheduled European Council summit to discuss our shared concerns about Ukraine, talk about transatlantic efforts to impose economic costs on Russia, and humanitarian support to those affected by the violence. All right. Let's see. Psaki declined to say if Biden will travel to Poland, assisting with the budding humanitarian crisis. She also declined to confirm that Biden will meet in person with Ukrainian President Zelensky. Earlier yesterday, the NATO Secretary General said he convened the extraordinary summit with alliance leaders to discuss how to bolster Ukraine as they spend their third week fighting the Russian attack. So I don't know. Does it make a difference to be sitting in the room together? I mean, they hold virtual meetings, conference call kind of things on any given day. I don't know what significance having him there in person would make. Probably nothing. Don't know what his contribution to the conversation's going to be anyway. Maybe he'll explain to them how, years ago that I'd get in the pool and my hairy legs and the kids would come up and, you know the thing. And we'll be right back. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111.
I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, get back to the calls here. Heading toward bottom of the hour news break. A few minutes away here. Let me get see if Eagle's hanging in there. Yes, Eagle, what you got for us?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Well, we got you. What's happening?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, go ahead. Lay it on us, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. I wanted to talk about one of the things that I heard about Russia tonight before I let you go. Now they saying that what you think about this? Now they saying that okay, this president Ukraine, he's gonna do a virtual meeting today
with
a video, I guess.
Yep. Talking
to Congress of the U.S. trying to get more help. And he's trying to get more help and more money. I think they said Biden, I forgot how much money. It was a bit something in the billions that the U.S. sent to them yesterday. This guy is doing, I don't know what he's going to, but then the reason why I was calling back is I think I heard you say that Joe Biden's going to come on TV after this guy gets through speaking tomorrow. Is that true?
That's correct. And I mean, the rumor is that Biden's going to speak, and I guess he's going to officially confirm we're going to give $800 million in additional support, probably some additional military stuff. I mean, they just passed that bill a few days ago, offering, I think it was, 13 or $14 billion in assistance for Ukraine. And this money's supposed to be coming out of that, if I understood.
Yeah, that's what I heard you say that after I called in the first time that Biden was going to come on television, because I didn't hear nothing about that.
Yeah,
and talk about the amount of money that they're sending this guy. But I didn't know it was that much money though. I didn't realize it was that much money. Like I said, like I told you, Steve. the U.S. should help these guys, but just like you said after my phone call, we have an invasion in the United States too. We're not the only, it's not a military invasion, but we have people coming into this country illegally and, invading this country too. And Joe Biden is not spending that much money on our U.S., on our southern border.
Right.
And, we could easily have some terrorists or somebody like that come in there. They talking about, I don't know if you heard about that, Steve. You got to be a very stupid person. I don't know if these people are doing it on purpose or if somebody is putting this stuff into their drugs. This fentanyl. This fentanyl is coming across the border from Mexico or wherever the hell it's coming from in droves, and I've heard it's made its way all the way up to Ohio, where you live at, Indiana, and a lot of college kids they on spring break. And I heard down in Florida last week, like six kids almost lost their lives from an overdose of this fentanyl. Are you hearing about all the drug overdoses from this stuff?
Absolutely. Yep, we were just talking about that a few minutes ago. Yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Joe Biden needs to be trying to crack down on these drugs. This fentanyl is a very dangerous drug, and a lot of young kids are losing their lives to this stuff. Like I say, we have problems here in the U.S. Some of this money needs to be going to the problems that we have in the U.S. It seemed like the Biden administration, Steve, seemed like ever since they've been in the White House, it seems like more other people are more important than the American people to this guy. That's the reason why Trump always said America first. And just like Trump said at his rally on Saturday night, that like I told you yesterday, he's not patting himself on the back. But Russia would not be in Ukraine right now if Donald Trump was in the White House, Steve, because Donald Trump wouldn't put up with it. In Taiwan, Chinese government, they sitting back watching right now, and it's just a matter of time before they make their move. And these moves would not be made if Donald Trump was in the White House. He had things under total control when he was in the White House with the public relations. Kamala Harris, Steve, she has no foreign policy experience whatsoever. It's an embarrassment. Why they even sent her over there is a complete embarrassment. For them to send her over there to Poland and embarrass herself in the United States. This woman here is very unqualified for the job, Steve. She's not even close to being qualified to do what she's asked to do. And it's really a bad situation. So we're really down to it. I think even the Democrats realize that Biden is no good, Steve. But like you said before, the only reason I think the Democrats haven't got rid of this guy is because you see what the alternative is, and that's even worse. She's even worse than Biden, if that's possible. And then you already know what the third alternative is. And you got this drunken alcoholic that calls herself the Speaker of the House. This woman speaks with a slur. It's obvious that she drinks, Steve. There's no doubt in my mind that she's an alcoholic. And this is what you have as your third person in line for the president. So we're in big trouble either way you look at it, Steve. With these three clowns, I told you that after the State of the Union. If that doesn't scare you, if you are an American citizen and you wasn't scared from the State of the Union, we're seeing Biden talking and Kamala and Nancy sitting behind him as the three most powerful people in America. If that doesn't send chills down your spine, I don't know what will, because that's pretty bad. And you know something, Steve? Even this guy here, he doesn't even speak English as far as I know. Zelensky, the Ukrainian president, even he said that Kamala Harris, if she ever was to become the president, it would be a total disaster. That's what this man said. This guy doesn't even speak English as far as I know. And even he knows that Kamala is nothing but a clown. And that's really a sad situation. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right. We'll get our news update there and back with more. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
COVID-19 cases could start rising again, according to CDC data.
New CDC sewer data is suggesting there will be a rise in COVID-19 cases in the United States. A 10% increase or more in coronavirus wastewater levels was found in a 15-day period from February 24th to March 10th. Of just over 400 wastewater sampling sites, a 10% spike was seen in at least 145. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Burke. Bloomberg.
Fox News is reporting that President Joe Biden plans to announce more than $1 billion in military assistance to Ukraine. That aid will include military equipment like anti-armor and anti-air weapons. The Wall Street Journal reports the funding comes from the $13 billion allotment in the omnibus bill signed by the president this week. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot. There are two things that I care about. I'm always working on my health and fitness, and I care so much about preventing illness. And that's where vitamin D comes in. Vitamin D is also known as the sunshine vitamin. How do you know if you have low levels of vitamin D? Most people don't. Sons of Liberty, our regular sponsors of CBD, have been working with a group of scientists to create this patent-pending spray vitamin. 5 sprays contain a whopping 15,000 IUs of vitamin D3. It's instantly in your bloodstream, providing amazing protection against illness, and the taste is amazing. Protect yourself and your loved ones this season with this great-tasting vitamin D3 spray from Sons of Liberty. For my listeners only, GoSonsOfLiberty.com is offering a discount of 15% off every product when you use the code WAR15 at checkout. Please support veteran-owned, service-disabled, small business. GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Make the healthy choice and choose GoSonsOfLiberty.com. Use code WAR15 to get up to 15% off. GoSonsOfLiberty.com.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
The Hotshot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hotshot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. J Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch 4-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, let me see here. Let me see. Several people have asked about this. I know several of our listening friends had shared the report. The whole question about, what if what is unfolding in Ukraine were to happen in the United States? Would you be willing to take up arms to defend your country? All right, a couple of graphics that Deranger sent me. Number one, polling shows that majority of Democrats, first, don't believe America is worth defending if invaded. The actual question, if you were in the same position, aka Ukraine, would you stay and fight or leave? Stay and fight, says 55%, leave the country 38%. I think that is at the overall numbers. Graphic number 2, polling shows a majority of Democrats don't believe America's worth defending. All right, same question. All right, so the stay and fight, Republicans, GOP, 68%, 25% leave the country. Democrats, stay and fight, 40%, leave the country, 52%. There you go. So there's the numbers. For what it's worth. That was, I believe, a Rasmussen poll that several people have been asking about. I said, wow, okay, it's your differing opinions. We've also talked, I brought it up last week, one morning talking about the skyrocketing prices. Remember when this happened the last time in 2008? All of a sudden, diesel theft, gas theft was becoming a big problem. Truck drivers waking up to find $1,000 worth of fuel had been siphoned out of their tanks. Got to get the locking fuel caps. As far as automobiles now, I guess things have kind of changed. Back in the day, the tanks were made out of what? Steel, whatever metal. And you wouldn't really want to be drilling through that because you'd get a spark and blow yourself up. They're made out of like a plastic material nowadays. And what's becoming more and more popular is people, they're taking like a half-inch drill bit, just drilling into your damn tank and getting your fuel out. Update, car owners from Pennsylvania to California reporting instances of theft, criminals drilling into their gas tank to drain and steal the gas. A woman in Pennsylvania tells the local ABC affiliate gas was stolen from her car, that was actually sitting outside her home. Numerous reports emerging from other states all around the country. Now, they note, especially for the high-riding cars and trucks like crossovers and SUVs, they're more susceptible to fuel tank drilling because they've got more space underneath for the criminals to get under there and do their dirty work. With gas prices creeping to record highs every day, the Auto Club of Southern California warning drivers. People are looking for crimes of opportunity and gasoline for their vehicles. As I said, when we saw this, gas hit $4 a gallon back in 2008, there was a similar spat of fuel tank drilling. Well, what made this particular method so dangerous and concerning for us was the way in which they're doing it. Using cordless drills to puncture holes in these tanks. Now consider the heat and the friction generated could have easily sparked a fire. It makes for a dangerous situation First of all, for the thieves and, of course, the rest of the community as well. I haven't heard about any fuel tank explosions yet, but there you go. Scarecrow on board. Morning, Scarecrow.
Hey, big buddy. Horse feathers could probably identify with this one. I seen that on closed circuit camera on the news here last night or night prior. There's a minivan pulled over the manhole cover for the filler, in-ground filler for the tanks, and they had a hatch built into the bottom of the van, and they'd park right over that and pump the gas, fuel, whatever, right out of the ground. And apparently it happened many times. I think the owner said he's been losing 350 gallon a week that way. So anyway, yeah, I just happened to going to comment. Appreciate Horse Feathers finishing the call there. We were all wondering what day it was. I was concerned that if it wasn't Hump Day, just how close are we to Friday?
Yeah.
But yeah, he came through in the pinch. That was well appreciated there. Gather my thoughts here now. The other night, let's see. Yeah, that'd be a Knuckle Buster. Kind of concerned that he was at Home Depot, thought he was going to have a heart attack, and my first thought was, well, he must have got to the checkout and had sticker shock over the price of the lumber that he picked up. I checked it out yesterday at our local Menards. Steve, a sheet of 1/2-inch OSB, used to call that fiberboard or whatever when it first came out, particle board, either way. OSB is $48. Now, I looked up online. Yeah, they said market prices are up 130% last year or 2 years, whatever. The kicker is standing timber price is only up single digits, so the middleman is certainly taking a hack there. Are you listening, Chevy guy? Don't we know that Chevy guy hauls them wood chips, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I bet we get a response there. So either way, I kind of, as we get older, we kind of reminisce and live in the past, money and dollars, prices. Back in it was probably about the mid-'70s when that OSB first came out. I mean, they come up with a use for scrap wood is what it was. And it was about $8-9 a sheet. And I remember when Menards would have it on sale for $6, $6 a sheet. Even today, I don't think it's $20 a sheet for 1/2-inch, 7/16. But yeah, lumber price had dropped a little while back, but then we heard it rebounded. So what's driving it? Market demand, obviously. Thinking about living in the past, and this is for a heat wave. Referencing your tire prices there, Bud, last night for your Camaro. My 73Z had a list price of $4,368. I paid $3,650 for that car, brand new. Or again, I say we're living in the past. Had a call from my eldest this afternoon. He had an interesting flight. He lost hydraulics and brought it in without any flaps or air brakes or wheel brakes or whatever. But they've got, I think he said 12,000 feet of runway out there. So everything went well. Which kind of brings up a question. We heard from Santa Claus. He's always visiting air bases. Does he deliver jet fuel? Do you know, Steve?
No, he's delivering to what do they call it? The commissaries, general product, general commodities to all the commissaries on the bases.
Okay. If you're listening, Santa Claus, if you ever get up to Beale, just give us a message on the airwaves here. We'll have Stewie pick up your tab for lunch or something like that. Our gas prices, Steve, they're down. Regular unleaded down 25 cents now since Sunday night. I think it actually dropped 15 cents today now. Right in La Crosse, it was $3.85 when I left. Out on the interstate, it's still $4. But we had our representative Ron Kind. He's going to call it quits at the end of at the election time this year. He was on the little thing on the news the other night talking gas prices and struggles, and I thought he was finally going to come forward and say, yeah, it's time for the country to drill. And no, he's a Democrat. So, and mind you, this is not to get used with Ron Kind, our Republican there. Or I'm sorry, not Ron Kind, Ron Johnson. But either way, so no, he's gonna continue beating the same drum, windmills, electric cars, that whole thing. Let's see, what else has we got cooking here? Oh, the plot is going to thicken regarding the beer on the porch. Kind of thinking I might owe Big Moose here.
Yeah.
You remember, I don't know, a week or two back, I said, I owe Steve because he saved me, that wasted truck wash. Well, I know Moose caught that conversation that night, and coincidentally, he actually called me after, I hung up with you, and we chit-chatted some about, the Blatts and all. And now, coincidentally, that has appeared on your step, and I haven't been in touch with him yet, but I just got a sneaky hunch that there's going to be payback for Moose here from Scarecrow. And you mentioned last night it might be an acquired taste.
Yes.
Yeah, we acquired it. We acquired the taste back in high school, primarily because that was about the cheapest. That was about the cheapest beer out there, and for what it's worth, Steve, it is brewed up at Miller here in Milwaukee. They contract brew for Pabst. Bought it, got it from Heilman years back and such. So even though it's not your Miller Lite in a roundabout way, it's still a Miller product. So feel free to take a chance on it anyway.
I don't know.
All I got for
how much demand is there for Blatts? I mean, I just happened to, when I went to get a little beer run yesterday morning, I thought, I'm just going to take a gander around, and I did not spot any Blatts in the walk-in cooler anywhere. I mean, I don't know if there's just certain areas that maybe more people would consume it or not. Obviously, wherever Moose lives, they know that they could probably get a tractor-trailer load, and he'd buy it out. So,
well, it was a huge item in Wisconsin, years back, and when we did all our work, with Heilman up there, obviously Old Style was their flagship, beverage,
Okay.
but right behind that was a special export, and then Blatts, and we moved a lot of Blatts product, and it kind of surprised me because right in La Crosse here, all I'm finding is cans. Yet Moose said down his way it's bottles. I have an acquaintance up in UP in Michigan. He said they got the bottles up there, and in fact, Moose said you pay extra to get cans down his way. So, but yeah, you look at the Blatts history. There was a dedicated Blatts brewery up here in Milwaukee and such. But yeah, it's one of them items that has lost flavor. The promotions obviously aren't there for it anymore, and such. But yeah, I don't mind it. It was a few years back I saw it on our local grocery shelf, but I thought anything priced that cheap. It seemed like something my father-in-law would have in his fridge. But no, it was. I think it was at the time, it was only like $10 or $12 a case or whatever. And so I thought, well, I'm not going to lose anything on it. And I don't buy it regular, but there's always some in the fridge there. And, it's just one of them things that I continue to, consume it, and there was no ill effects anyway to this point. So
okay.
So either way, yeah,
the
we're
El
going to have to do a little
the El
research
Cheapo beer.
on,
I got a cheapo brother-in-law that what is it? We call it Natty Light. It's natural light. That's El Cheapo. How about what's the other cheap one? Get a 30-pack of, Keystone Light. Keystone. About 5 before the hour. Okay, coming up, I'm looking here. The headline from oilprice.com says, there is a global, or soon-to-be, global shortage of diesel fuel. Of course, the crude shortage, bad news for those that consume oil products. But when it comes to these products, a diesel shortage has the potential to be even more devastating than a crude shortage. All right, the fuel, whose biggest market is obviously freight transportation, got hit severely first during the pandemic lockdowns. After the end of the lockdowns, as economies began to recover, transport picked up and diesel fuel demand jumped, yet production to this date, still has to catch up. Reuters reported that diesel fuel stocks in Europe are at the lowest since 2008, 8% or 35 million barrels lower than the 5-year average for this time of year. Here in the United States, the situation, they say, is even graver. Diesel fuel inventories are 21% lower than the pre-pandemic 5-year seasonal average, which translates into 30 million barrels. In Singapore, a global energy trade hub, diesel fuel inventories are 4 million barrels below the seasonal 5-year average before the pandemic. Now, what is perhaps worse, however, is that over the past 12 months, the combined diesel fuel inventories in the United States, Europe, and Singapore have shed a combined 110 million barrels that have yet to be replaced. On top of all this, Russia is a major supplier of diesel, meaning the sanctions are affecting those supplies as well. Now, with the market increasingly tight, Shell and British Petroleum have shied away from offering any diesel fuel cargoes on the German market for 2 weeks now, for a fear of shortages. In the UK, meanwhile, the Daily Mail cited an analyst as warning the government may need to resort to diesel fuel rationing starting next month because of the state of the market and the ban on Russian oil imports, which include diesel fuel. Russia supplied 1/3 of the UK's imported diesel before the ban. Now, when you start talking about energy rationing and ultimately a recession, those concerns are growing by the day, something most policymakers seem to be ignoring or just not grasping right now. Hey, policymakers, would that people be people like Joe Biden? We've got resources. Drill, baby, drill. Now, the Daily Mail says if Russian oil is not integrated back into the markets within the next few weeks, we are at a real risk of having to ration crude and products by this summer. Oh, boy. We'll be back following our news update here. Final hour, by the way, just around the corner as we roll into a Wednesday hump day. Hey, Mike, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News.
Plane ticket prices are taking off.
Some airlines are increasing their ticket prices as the cost of fuel continues to go up. Delta is raising tickets roughly 10%, with United and Southwest also joining in. The increase in ticket prices comes the same day both American and Southwest announced flight schedules were being cut into the spring due to fuel prices and staffing issues. Delta recorded their highest ticket sales of all time last week, with United and American also saying flight demand was increased. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden will travel to Europe next week for face-to-face talks with European leaders about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden will meet with those leaders in Brussels on March 24th. This is USA Radio News.
While the economy is uncertain, possibilities to save money remain. Hey everyone, this is Mike.
And this is Brian with Fellowship Home Loans. Even in these trying times, a cash-out refinance could be the light to your path. Home values are rising and interest rates are following. So don't hesitate to make a move to do a cash-out refinance now.
Let us check some numbers and see if you could save or if it might make sense to hold tight. It starts with a phone call at 800-535-2779. That's 800-535-2779 or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com.
We guarantee a thorough check of the numbers, the market, and your obligations to determine the best path. Give us a call at 800-535-2779, 800-535-2779.
Or online at fellowshiphomeloans.com. For more than 20 years, we've helped families save, just like we'll help you too. Fellowship Home Loans. Welcome home.
Intercontinental Capital Group, DBA Fellowship Home Loans, Equal Housing Opportunity Lender, MLS number 60134.
A Ukrainian journalist who worked as a freelance consultant for Fox News was killed outside Kyiv this week. The Hill reported that 24-year-old Oleksandra Kuvshainova died in the same attack that killed cameraman Pierre Zarzewski and injured correspondent Benjamin Hall. A homeless killer suspect has been arrested in D.C.
Police early Tuesday morning arrested the person they say is responsible for a series of shootings against people experiencing homelessness in New York City and D.C. This was just hours after Mayor Bowser teamed up with New York City Mayor Adams to apprehend the suspect. Ballistics has tied the cases together. From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
The National Park Service has denied South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem's request for fireworks at Mount Rushmore to celebrate the 4th of July. It cited concerns about drought conditions that could lead to a wildfire, as well as opposition from Native American tribes. This is USA Radio News.
Gunsmoke. Fort Laramie. Have gun. Will travel.
Frontier Gentleman.
Luke Slaughter of Tombstone.
The greatest radio shows of all time, classic radio theater with Wyatt Cox. On many of these radio stations or online, just search for Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox. That's Classic Radio Theater with Wyatt Cox.
Sarah Bloom Raskin has withdrawn her candidacy to serve at the Federal Reserve. Her move comes after a weeks-long battle in the Senate over her views on climate policy. Russia is seeking a new jail term for a Putin opposition leader.
Russian authorities are now seeking a 13-year prison sentence for opposition leader Alexei Navalny in a trial critics see as an attempt to keep President Vladimir Putin's biggest foe in prison for as long as possible. Navalny, who's already serving 2.5 years in a penal colony east of Moscow, has been charged with fraud and contempt of court. The prosecution accuses him of embezzling money that he and his foundation raised over the years. Navalny has rejected the allegations as politically motivated. For the USA Radio News Washington Bureau, I'm John Hunt.
A recent Wall Street Journal poll indicates that non-white voters are more likely than white voters to say that record inflation could push them away from traditional Democrat voting. The poll indicated that Black women and Hispanic men, both at 44%, reported the highest proportions of major strain among various demographic and gender combinations. And FEMA announced on Tuesday that it surpassed $2 billion in COVID-19 funeral assistance. The agency states more than 300 applicants make up that dollar amount. For USA Radio News, I'm Katie Lewis.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Well, I can go back probably right about the time I first started working in trucking radio. I remember discussions at the time about Hunts Point. I ain't going to Hunt. You couldn't pay me enough to go to Hunts Point, said many drivers. Well, I guess that's still a problem today. New York City plans to invest $100 million in its Hunts Point produce market in the South Bronx. On top of that, they plan to invest another $40 million in the surrounding neighborhood. I guess the mayor unveiled the Hunts Point investment plan last week when he announced his rebuild, renew, reinvent blueprint for New York City. We will support the redevelopment of the Hunts Point produce market, recognizing its vital role in the food supply chain that employs thousands of New Yorkers. Actually supplies 25% of the city's fresh produce. The largest share of the promised funding is expected to be used to improve infrastructure at the Hunts Point produce market. Another $40 million to improve surrounding infrastructure. All right, let's see. It's been ignored for too long. All we've ever done is give it a little polish, a little love, a little care. Hunts Point. Anybody running in and out of there? Jolly Green Giant, how about a run to Hunts Point this morning?
Not me.
Okay.
You got the wrong guy. But good morning to everybody and all the cartoon characters. I'll begin with, you were talking about cheap beer. Well, I remember in my 20s, my mom and her boyfriend used to drink Milwaukee Best, but you didn't even bring up Stroll's beer or Unipol. And Unipol is still made in Cincinnati to this day.
Yeah.
So, also want to talk about, I agree with most of what Eagle said tonight. The only thing I do not agree with, I do not think that the United States will put any foot soldiers down on the ground to fight Russia as long as they don't invade any NATO countries.
Yeah.
Also, Great Britain has made the same statement. And so I just don't think it's going to happen. So to be honest with you, Eagle, I do not agree with you on that only point. That I agreed with everything you said tonight. Most of the time, everything you're saying is basically how I feel. I believe that he's got good conservative point of views, but I do not agree. I do not believe that we will not be doing anything to Russia. Not under this president. If it was Trump, it might be a different story. So, also I want to let you know, Moose, I do have a present for you. on March 26th, I have been authorized by Fly Rod and Pinky to give you a 55-gallon drum of whip butt.
Whoop ass.
I'm going to deliver that to you on March 26th. A 55-gallon drum of whip butt.
I'll be there. Oh boy, that sounds like is that a threat or a? You better pack a damn lunch.
You think?
I think.
Well, that like I said, that's the Fly Rod. That's got nothing to do with me. I'm just a messenger.
Oh.
Okay. So that's all I can say. I'm just a messenger. Now, I also want to tell you, my wife just told me last night, Toyota Camry, she put 13 gallons of gas in that little Toyota Camry.
Yep.
Cost her $55, Steve. $55. So it just shows you how ridiculous the things are getting. And my wife has to drive 90 miles. That's 45 miles from Milford to Lebanon and 45 miles back. That's 90 miles a day just to go to work. So are we going to have to look for a different car? I'm wondering. And that car gets 35 miles per gallon, Steve. It's been, like I said, it's getting ridiculous. And if you notice, gas is not going lower, even though that the oil has been dropping down. I don't think it's going to drop, Steve. I think it's going to stay right where it's at, and it's all corporate greed. That's what I think it is, corporate greed. So, and now let's talk about the rationing of diesel fuel. Yeah, okay. Well, it's bad enough now that the shelves are empty at the grocery stores. Go ahead and ration those diesel fuel, and let's see how quick that the American people can't get anything at the grocery store. That those grocery shelves are totally empty. Yeah, let's go ahead and ration diesel fuel prices. Let's go ahead and do that, all right? That makes perfect sense to me. Either way, that's all Jolly Green's got for tonight. Enough. I'll try to get my feet out of the mud. And either way, I'll be listening to the rest of the show. So everybody have a good night.
All right. Let me take it to the next level. Now, this is how out of touch. What kind of descriptive terms could we use? Asinine, ignorant, progressive Democrats. Progressive, what is that? The far left, the AOCs of the world. Progressive Democrats in the House of Representatives are reportedly planning to publicly urge the president to ban oil drilling on federal lands, even with the record gas prices and the war in Ukraine right now. They're planning to do this in the next several days. How out of touch are these people? According to the report from Politico, the Congressional Progressive Caucus is planning to demand Biden use his executive power to declare climate change an emergency and ban drilling on federal lands. Progressive Caucus member Jared Huffman told me calling on Biden to declare a climate emergency is one of the centerpiece actions to headline their executive order plan. A draft of the plan that I saw, he said, also calls for Biden to ban oil and gas drilling on public lands and eliminate any fossil fuel subsidies. House Democrats will also call on Biden to manufacture more heat pumps to ease the strain in the oil and gas markets that's been caused by the Russian war in Ukraine. Some of those heat pumps would be donated to Europe. Now, the reported move drew immediate criticism on social media, with many pointing out that we're seeing this record levels at the pump. sensible people, Republicans, are calling for an increase in drilling to ease the pain at the pump. We need more, not less. Ted Cruz immediately responded, do you see this? Democrats want $10 gas. Steve Dane says the Democrats need to wake up. We have to unleash American energy. Democrats wonder why people blame them for high gas prices. We need to focus on building infrastructure, increasing domestic production, not jeopardizing the North American energy market, the security. This is national security implications as well, people. The president and CEO of the National Association of Manufacturers, Jay Timmons, sent out a tweet. Quote, manufacturers oppose this attempt to potentially further disrupt domestic energy production and drive prices higher. Who amongst us, who is going to vote for a Democrat coming up in November of this year? But for the most part, most of them probably won't hear anything about this. All right, it's 844-844-3388. Let me see. Would that be, is this Pete from Virginia?
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. How about yourself?
Very well. I figured I'd take the Ramblers Challenge and be a first-time caller into the show. I've listened to you several years, and like I said, lost touch when you lost your other job, but I like this format a lot better, and I'd like to thank Chris for getting you back on,
That's great.
I usually don't start work till about 4, so I usually don't get to listen to you much, but I get you on the podcast all the time.
There you go.
And, really enjoy your show, and I really enjoy Rambler, and I thank you for giving Rambler his voice. I mean, I love Jesus, I follow Jesus, and I'm glad to hear somebody giving somebody a voice to get the gospel out there, and I thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
So we need more of that in this world. More Jesus love. But main reason I was calling, and I don't even know if you've heard this or not, but you was talking a while ago about how many people would fight for this country, if we got invaded. And but I hear that in Ukraine, this one the other night, this guy said that he was able to leave the country because he was disabled. And then last night on the news, they said that this guy from Wisconsin flew over and was helping his family out that he knew over there, getting his wife and children out. But the man said that he was not able to leave. So I was wondering how many people, are they really volunteering or what's actually going on? I just thought it was interesting that he was not able to leave,
Very interesting.
I don't know if you caught that or not, I did. I thought that was very interesting, the way he worded it, that he was not able to leave. He was a young, able body,
Yeah, I hadn't caught that. I'll do
everybody else caught that.
Yeah, I'd be interesting to dig into that a little more. Well, as a first-time caller there, Pete, I got your number to get you a Hot Shot Secret code. Are you a Hot Shot Secret user to date?
No, not to date, but I would love to try some products. Yeah.
Well, that's what this is all about. Once you try the product and see how it works and you notice the difference, you'll be hooked.
I hope so. That sounds great.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for listening for all these years, and appreciate you being with us this morning. And don't be a stranger, Pete.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for the call. All right. Got an email from Kingpin. By the way, email steve@hotshotsecret.com. So talking about Hot Shot Secret swag. Hey, Steve, working here in the refinery, I see some of the guys with AMSOIL stickers on their hard hats. I was thinking it'd be cool if you guys had some Hot Shot Secret stickers that I could put on my hard hats. Just wondering, Yes, indeed, Kingpin. Yeah, you got those stickers. I don't know if I know we've got some around here. Yeah, they'd be the perfect size. To put right there on your hard hat. Obviously, they'll have a bunch of those stickers next week at the Mid-America Truck Show in Louisville. I'm not sure if they throw a sticker in with your typical orders or not. But yes, they do have the stickers. They've also got the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive stickers. Look kind of like that. There's a magnetic version. There you go. All right, we can see about trying to get some of those to you there, Kingpin. Absolutely. Thank you for listening in. Meanwhile, let me see. Get a quick timeout back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Honorary Forest Ranger Betty White here, lending a hand to my dear friend Smokey Bear. Because for years, he's only said,
only you can prevent wildfires.
But there's a lot more to say. Like if you park your car on tall, dry grass, the hot exhaust pipe can start a wildfire. So keep the animals safe, especially the cute shirtless one. Go to SmokeyBear.com to learn more about wildfire prevention. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
I'm getting more and more interested to see what the president's going to have to say following Zelensky addressing our Congress at, again, 9 a.m. this morning Eastern time. I mean, anticipation, obviously, that he's going to request more probably humanitarian aid, military aid, probably going to again press the administration to release some of those, the MiG fighter jets for their pilots to use, which I don't really think they're going to make any progress on that. But this is quite interesting. NBC News special report a few hours ago said, and that's what I'm keen to see if the president does actually speak about this. The Biden administration is considering providing Ukraine with U.S.-made killer drones, which would be cutting-edge guided missiles that could accurately target Russian tanks and artillery positions from miles away. Now, that according to two congressional officials that have been briefed on the matter. At that point, I guess last evening, they said no official decision has been made, but officials said the White House is indeed mulling whether to equip Ukraine with what they call explosive-laden loitering missiles. Ever heard of that? It's a new one to me. I guess the official name is Switchblades. Maybe making that part of the new package of military aid that the president is going to discuss later this morning. Now, what is a Switchblade? There's two variants. The Switchblade 300 and the Switchblade 600. that have been sold to U.S. Special Ops Command by the manufacturer known as AeroVironment. AeroVironment, based in the suburbs of Washington, D.C. The 300 is designed for pinpoint strikes on personnel, and the larger 600 is meant to destroy tanks and other armored vehicles. Now, they said there was actually an exclusive demonstration of the Switchblade 300 back in December, where AeroVironment officials said at the time the government forbade them from demonstrating the 600. Now, AeroVironment says we stand with our allies and our sovereign nations in their right to protect their homelands. AeroVironment stands with the people of Ukraine and all of NATO. They try to explain the Switchblades are essentially robotic smart bombs that are equipped with cameras, guidance systems, and explosive. They can be programmed to automatically strike targets, as I said, miles away. They can actually be steered around objectives until the time is right to strike. The company said the 600 can be airborne for 40 minutes and up to 50 miles. They are single-use weapons, which is why they've been dubbed kamikaze drones, but they are orders of magnitude cheaper than the Hellfire missiles that are fired by the U.S. Reaper drones. It said the 300 can cost as little as $6,000 by some estimates. Yeah, no price there on the 600, but both weapons can be set up in a matter of minutes and can be launched from tubes, I guess like a shoulder-fired launch, or maybe on the back of a vehicle. They fly much faster than the Turkish TB2 drones that the Ukraine has been using to inflict damage on Russia to date. And presumably, they would be able to penetrate the spotty air defenses that Russia has been maintaining in Ukraine to date. If the Switchblade were given to Ukraine, it would result in the most significant use of the weapon in combat to date. The U.S. military did use the Switchblade under limited circumstances in Afghanistan and elsewhere, but have not publicized that fact, according to the sources. Many questions remain about the proposed arrangement, including how many of the missiles the U.S. has in the stockpile, first of all, and how fast can AeroVironment manufacture new ones, and just how much training would the Ukraine military need to operate the system. The UK is the only foreign country that so far has actually been authorized to purchase the Switchblade. Sources with knowledge say Ukraine is asking the Biden administration, for armed drones, anti-ship missiles, off-the-shelf electronic jamming equipment, and surface-to-air missiles that could strike aircraft at higher altitudes. Now, so that's the wish list that I expect we will hear coming from Lizinski later this morning. They also have a wish list that includes more portable Stinger, anti-aircraft missiles, and more of the Javelin anti-tank weapons, which have already proven crucial in that fight there against the larger, better-armed Russian force. So, again, that's a new one on me. Never heard of the Switchblade. Yeah, and what is this off-the-shelf gear? Communications jamming equipment? Yeah, ground-based communications to oversee the drones? All right, we'll get back to your calls here following our news break. It is that time, bottom of the hour. And, of course, we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News.
Plane ticket prices are taking off.
Some airlines are increasing their ticket prices as the cost of fuel continues to go up. Delta is raising tickets roughly 10%, with United and Southwest also joining in. The increase in ticket prices comes the same day both American and Southwest announced flight schedules were being cut into the spring due to fuel prices and staffing issues. Delta recorded their highest ticket sales of all time last week, with United and American also saying flight demand was increased. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
President Joe Biden will travel to Europe next week for face-to-face talks with European leaders about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki said Biden will meet with those leaders in Brussels on March 24th. This is USA Radio News.
I need 4 more of the biscuit carnitas, 2 burnt end platters, 3...
The kitchen at Kai's Barbecue is firing on all cylinders.
Greg, help me bring these to the pickup counter.
He needs food runners who can hit the ground quickly.
86 on the chicken and we're short-staffed. Let's pick it up.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Instant Match instantly connects you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your sponsored job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Are you overwhelmed with credit card debt and unable to pay your bills? Has your income decreased or have you lost your job? At Credit Card of America, we offer a free, no-obligation consultation to learn how you can cut your payments by up to half and potentially lower your interest down to zero. Credit Card of America is an A+ rated company that will work on your behalf. We've counseled over 1 million consumers struggling with debt just like you. Call now for a free, no-obligation consultation and learn how you can become debt-free. Call 800-291-3818. That's 800-291-3818.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
After a long winter road trip, there's nothing like coming home to a warm, comfortable home. Hi, I'm Steve with USA Insulation. We appreciate our truckers and the long hours you're putting in to service all. Without you, we wouldn't even get the materials to insulate. So we want you to feel like a king when you get back. We put our foam in your walls. It's like putting a coat around your entire home. Keeps the cold air out and the warm air in. And with the rising energy costs, that's going to save you a bundle. We're getting homes ready for winter right now, and we have $1,000 of savings for everyone. But because we love our truckers, we're going to give you an additional $250 discount just for mentioning this show. So give us a call, 1-800-USA-FOAM. That's 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net. We're going to give you an additional $250 discount for mentioning the show, 1-800-USA-FOAM or usainsulation.net.
USA Insulation.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. You climb into your diesel and it feels like you're sitting on an ice cube. Imagine how your engine feels after a frosty night. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. As the temperatures drop, water that is emulsified within your fuel is released, adding more water into your system. Frozen water in your fuel lines, filter, or bowl will simply slow the flow, or worse, stop the flow of fuel in your system. No fuel flow, no start. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Hi, we're the Goo Goo Dolls.
We're fortunate that we can give our daughters everything they need to grow and learn, but not every child can focus on classes and play dates.
Nearly 13 million kids in the U.S. face hunger. That's 1 in 6. School lunch might be their only meal each day, and it's heartbreaking to imagine any child going to bed hungry. We're dreaming of a perfect day when kids can smile, play, and just be kids without worrying about where their next meal will come from. Feeding America is working to make that perfect day a reality.
Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. That food is given to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about doing things that make an ordinary day extraordinary. Learning to play an instrument, building a sandcastle, hosting tea parties. Hunger should never be an obstacle to growing up.
You can help end childhood hunger in your community by visiting feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed. Who was it? Jolly Green just a few minutes ago mentioned, well, I don't think prices are going to come down rapidly due to corporate greed. You heard the airlines in the news break there a few moments ago. Delta increasing ticket prices by 10%, like right now. Yeah, because of the rising cost of fuel. Now, someone tell me if things have changed, but we all know airlines lock in their fuel prices. They procure their fuel months and in some cases literally years in advance. And for all practical purposes, airlines probably have not had to purchase any of the fuel at the current trading prices, say over the last 3 or 4 weeks since the invasion began. Who was it? Southwest Airlines. They were just very famous at one point in time, procuring fuel literally a year and a half to 2 years in advance at low prices, which enabled them to keep their airfares as a discount airline cheap for a whole lot longer than other airlines that may have only had 6 months of advance locked in prices. So the other airlines were all having to raise their prices while Southwest was, we're still low price, because their fuel cost had been locked in at those cheap levels. Again, 2 years in advance. I just smelled a little bit of corporate greed coming from the airlines. Delta, United, price increases due to fuel cost are not warranted this early on. Now, if the prices were to stay like this for 6 months, and they started having to lock in their prices based on $100 or $120 per barrel prices on the market, then that would warrant that. This is just capitalizing. See, we had the COVID. Remember, the airlines were hammered due to the COVID pandemic. Millions of fewer flyers. We saw the layoffs. Oh, but don't forget at the same time, how many millions or billions of dollars did the U.S. taxpayers pump into said airlines to keep the employees getting paid and to keep the airlines afloat with all those massive trillion-dollar COVID relief bills? Things that make you say, All right, all I can say is, my call screening voice recognition technology is having a very difficult time understanding any voices this morning. This is what I see I have on hold. Gale Gear. Next caller is I'll Trace Her House. Third caller, Really? There's Chevy Guy. I recognize that. Then the final caller is Primary. Oh, boy. All right. I think Gale Gear is probably Gilligan.
Yeah, actually, it's Gil again. I think I need to go back to what I was using. What do you think? We come up with that early in this show. You remember what? If that actually showed up, was Let's Try Mary Ann.
That worked the best.
Before? Okay. Well, Steve, he's back on this deal with this changing the time. I've got a little funny thing I seen a while back. It was a picture of this old Indian, and he said, only a white man could see cutting an inch off the top of a blanket and sewing it to the bottom of a blanket and think he was gaining something. Isn't that about right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah. Yep. But you and old Scarecrow was there talking about about different types of beer. I recently purchased a case of beer. Don't plan on drinking it because I'm afraid something might just crawl up out of the can and bite me. But when was the last time you seen Billy Beer?
Personally, I don't think I ever saw Billy Beer. That was probably before my drinking days.
Well, I actually found the case of it on Facebook, and I've been doing some research. I paid $20 for it. That's from what I understand, that was a pretty big steal. That stuff's going for about $4 or $5 a can. I've got one full case still in the rings. They're stamped as being made in 1977.
Wow.
Even got the cardboard tray in it. I tell you what, that old cardboard tray, you could really tell a difference in how much the cardboard has went downhill over the years. You know how the old ones, the old cop, remember the pop ones, at least at our age.
Right.
Now, you grab a case of soda, and that cardboard wouldn't give. But boy, that's the way this Billy Beer is. You can really tell a big difference in the cardboard on them.
So I guess it's like anything else, it would be a collector's item. It's worth what someone is willing to pay for it. If you can find a buyer, well, and more power to you.
I believe I haven't really put it on the market, but I'm seeing it going for pretty good price. There was a time that Billy Beer, I remember back in like the early 90s, that stuff was going for like $400 a six-pack.
Wow.
It was like MASH 407 7th beer. That stuff was going almost $1,000 a six-pack in some places.
I'm trying to remember.
It's amazing some of this stuff would go for, Well, by the way, I'm going to give you a sneak peek of tomorrow's how to recognize your favorite cartoon character at the truck show. One is going to be the beloved Eskimo Mom. The other one is Cat Mom, and I have a special surprise about Cat Mom. So I know my fan, well, maybe one or two of them out there, might be interested to hear this.
Oh, boy.
And tell you what, Steve, say bye to me.
All right, gladly. Yeah, I think, Cat Mom, I believe she is. I thought she posted somewhere she's looking to try to be there at the Mid-America Truck Show just around the corner here. All right, who we got? It says whoever. Primary. What's the name?
Eskimo Mom.
Well, now how in the hell did it get primary out of that?
Because I'm having a severe case of cranial rectal inversion here tonight.
Oh. Well, how are you, Eskimo Mom? It's good to hear from you.
I've had a lot better days. But what I wanted to call you about was on the state of Ohio, the May 3rd primary is still on as of the email I received from the deputy director of Board of Elections here yesterday afternoon.
Okay.
And if anybody needs to get registered, I haven't checked the registry the final day to get registered for the primary, but it's going to be coming up here sometime in the first part of next month in April. And if anybody wants to get registered for the primary, that's the time that when we choose, that's when we have to go either Democrat, Republican, or independent, or which is usually just issues. and that is when we get to send whoever we think is the better candidate. Send them on to the November election.
So it'll be, I guess, be the House of Representatives, right? I know it's so Steve Shabbat, I believe, and who's the other? Is it Rob Portman? Is Portman the one that said he's not going to rerun this year? Or?
Yes, he's in the Senate. So that's why you're seeing all the like Josh Mandel and all these other folks that are running for Senate, because Portman's retiring at the end of his term, and or retiring before too long. And so we're going to have to choose another senator here this coming November, and it's going to be Democrat or Republican depending on whoever the better candidate is for the majority of people.
Okay.
And it's going to be the House of Representatives. It's going to be the state House. It's going to be Senate. I think there's a governor's race going on this year too, and there's just a bunch of races like that going on. It's all midterm.
Yeah.
But some of these races that are coming up, they're going to help determine the future of our country. And the direction that our country will go.
Well, we're looking to determine the makeup. Are we going to will the Democrats maintain control in the House and the Senate? Of course, the Senate is kind of split up. It would be 1/3 of the Senate up for re-election this year. And then I think all the House. That's where you can see the big changes. But, okay, so yes, it's crucial to vote in the primaries as well. If you don't vote in the primary, you very well could end up with, well, ain't no telling what you could end up with. Hey, what are we looking at here? Get a quick timeout, come back in 2 on a Wednesday morning, hump day. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you one of those truck drivers that came home after a long haul and found the only thing waiting for you was a stack of IRS letters? Your significant other was gone, but your newfound IRS problem is still there. I've heard this story many times over the years. While I can't help you with your broken heart, I can fix your tax problems. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed for many years, call me for a free consultation at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Like I always say, you keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS.
145 over 92.
180 over 111. I had a heart attack and a cardiac arrest and then a stroke.
Your blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your high blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. If you've stopped your treatment plan, restart it or talk to your doctor about creating one that works better for you. Start taking the right steps at manageyourbp.org.
Now I'm, trying to get better, stronger than ever.
Brought to you by the American Heart Association, American Medical Association, and the Ad Council.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. We all know how crucial it is to secure your load. Much discussed in the trucking industry. Not nearly as much discussed in the private sector, but it should be. It's downright scary what you'll see out there on any given day rolling down the highway, 70 mile an hour. Yeah, there's something like maybe a mattress on top of the roof of a car with just a piece of twine trying to hold it down. It's not going to hold. Here's an example. There's a 20-year-old female that's lost her life due to just such a scenario. A motorist killed after a wreck involving a mattress and an oncoming semi over the weekend, Saturday morning. According to the Washington State Patrol, the mattress fell off a pickup truck on I-5. It was lying in the roadway there when a four-wheeler driven by a 20-year-old crashed into the mattress. The collision with the mattress sent her car swerving to the path of an oncoming semi. The semi struck right in the driver's side door, killing her. The collision also sent the semi veering off the side of the road. Truck driver wasn't injured, but this was along I-5. The State Patrol asking for help in identifying who's responsible for the stray mattress. Some dumbass out there either probably didn't even see it coming out of the back of the truck. Maria's Law, passed in 2005, makes it illegal to improperly secure a load. The pickup has been described as possibly a small, older, dark-colored pickup with the wood-sided bed racks. There's someone hauling miscellaneous household items, but come on, people, secure the load. It's coming up here about 10 minutes from now, tncradio.live. You can catch the encore presentation, first off with Taillights, Ice Road trucker Alex Debogorski. Then at 6 a.m. Eastern, Shelley Johnson with Women Road Warriors. Talking about female issues, hormonal imbalances, and things of that nature this morning. Shelley's going to be talking with the doctor, Casey Griegel, a naturopathic doctor who treats thyroid, adrenal gland issues, reproductive hormone support. So that's her discussion. Take control of your hormones, ladies, with Women Road Warriors coming up 6 o'clock this morning, Eastern Time. They're on tncradio.live. What's going on, Chevy Guy?
Well, I just want to let Scarecrow know. He said I was making all kinds of money because of the lumber situation. Well, actually, I haul chips into a mill that makes paper that basically produces your cardboard, your corrugated cardboard products, and heavy bags, like your McDonald's, the brown bags, for your sandwiches. So
gotcha.
I can't be responsible for the other stuff. I lived in amongst them West Virginia folks. I'm going to jump in there with the monkey gouger, I lived in among them for 25 years. So I just, seeing how it's spring, it brings a thought of what I used to see a lot of up there. And it's an old statement they used to say is, I want a girl just like the girl that married dear old dad, but he won't let me. I don't care. That's funny.
That's funny now. Yes, it is.
All right. Hey, you know what they say? The closer the closer the kin, the better the skin.
Oh, boy.
All right, buddy. We're going to take a hit now.
All right, there you go. Copy in the mail, 10-4. Good, buddy. I didn't say that. DJ, hey there.
Who the hell you talking to?
Well, it says DJ, so it's Hillbilly Tex. What do you got? What's happening?
Hey, I just want to send real quick prayers out to JD and his family. His son had a pretty bad wreck, got the brain bleed, unconscious and all that.
Uh-oh.
And I just want to send prayers to him, let him know I'm thinking about it. And I'd like to send old Lauren Wise, a 3-time world champion bull hauler, speedy recoveries. I'm going to say hey to old Billy the Kid out there, wherever he might be, and Be-Do, and Steve, one final thing. you can bring all three of them, and I still got $100 bet on Big Moose. Come on, bet.
I hear you there. Like I said, they could, and hey, all three of them better pack a lunch.
Hey, that's right. Well, I'm going to be the first one to throw 100 in on the Big Moose.
All right.
And y'all have a good day, Steve.
Thanks for the heads up there. Yep, sorry to hear about that. Hope you get well soon. All right, one final tidbit. What else do we have in the mix here? Already touched on the Bronx. Okay, who amongst us says these incredibly high fuel prices aren't really affecting their lives? Well, without looking, I'd say, well, probably the rich people, right? I mean, survey says 81% of Americans say it's a serious problem. The other 19%, well, they make more than $200,000 per year. That's the way it broke down. Survey released this past day. Yeah, the average price of a gallon, of course, a record for the second week, $4.41 per gallon, compared to $2.85 this time last year, $2.51 per gallon once the pandemic started back in 2020. You break it down along the demographic lines, survey found more Republicans, 68%, see the issue as very serious, compared to 47% of Democrats and 55% of unaffiliated voters. Don't know why that would be. More than half, 63% of blacks see this problem as very serious. 57% whites, 51% of other minorities. But here's the kicker. People with incomes under $50,000 a year feel it's a very serious problem, compared to just 28% of those earning more than $200,000 per year, while solid majorities said they have reduced spending due to the higher prices. Only 40% of those earning above $200,000 say it's changed their spending habits at all. But as the midterm elections approach, 70% of voters favor, hello Joe Biden, hello Jen Psaki, 70% of the American voters favor increasing domestic production of oil and gas. And in the survey, 88% said gas prices will be a major issue come the midterm elections. Now, think back what I shared last hour. Democrats, the progressive, the lefty Democrats are right now about to ask Biden to even restrict drilling more. Executive order, national emergency, climate change. Would they stand a chance come the midterms? Lord, I hope not. But the people have to get the rest of the story, which they're not getting, again, from the mainstream media. Have yourself a wonderful hump day. Thanks for hanging out with us. See you back at the midnight hour tonight. Hope you'll join us for another edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hotshot Secret Studios.
You never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep.